We just had a good win.
Says he wants to play at Detroit on Sunday. We'll see whether that allows Rodgers and some others to do that. Jimmy Garoppolo, the 49ers are hopeful. I think he has a chance to play in a game they have to have Sunday. Lamar Jackson will learn more about this week. We'll see whether he's in better shape than he was last week when he started to practice and could play.
Hey, it's our last Monday night game of the regular season. We have a Monday night wild card this year. But that's our final regular season.
Are you ready for some football? I am, but I'm not. As tonight on Monday Night Football from the Steel City, it is potentially and probably very likely Ben Roethlisberger's final home game at Heinz Field as a Pittsburgh Steeler. As he said, this could be it. 18 years. 18 years is a long-ass time. So thank you. Thank you, Ben Roethlisberger. Canton, Ohio awaits. However, there's still one more game next week, after tonight, of course. But right now, the black and gold are still on the outside looking in the playoff picture, needing to win out starting tonight versus the Browns and next week versus the Ravens, along with having the Colts lose the Jaguars and not have the Chargers-Raiders Sunday night game next week end in a tie. And even if the Steelers wouldn't make the playoffs, they'd be a wild card after the Bengals won the division yesterday with their win over the Kansas City Chiefs. So Pittsburgh would once again have to play on the road throughout the entirety of the playoffs anyways, which they've done before, no doubt about it, including winning a Super Bowl at the end of it. But it's looking more and more like Big Ben Roethlisberger's number 7 final home regular and postseason game at Heinz Field as a Pittsburgh Steeler. So once again, thank you. Thank you to Ben, and thank you for being a Pittsburgh Steeler. And thank you as well for tuning in and listening to my NFL Monday Night Football, Cleveland Browns, Pittsburgh Steelers, and WWE Monday Night Raw live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. Of course, yes, a lot of emotion with myself, including Big Ben Roethlisberger and the rest of Steeler Nation as well, but we'll get through the night one way or another. But as always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96, so be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button, not 1, not 2, hell, not even 3, 4, 5, or 6 times. Hit that thumbs up button 7 times. Share using the hashtags NFL, Browns, Steelers, WWE, WWE Raw, and chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. Maybe the Steelers will roll a lucky number 7 tonight to stay alive in playoff contention, as Ben is, in fact, 7-0. Roethlisberger is 7-0 in 7 home Monday Night Football starts. But a loss and or a tie tonight, or even next week, they'll be eliminated. And it's on to the future without Big Ben, as it looks like he'll unfortunately be retiring over the next weeks and months to come. I know he can't play forever. No one can. Eventually, of course, Father Time catches up to everyone, just not in sports. But if only they had a more balanced and consistent running game, along with continuing to play Pittsburgh Steeler defense. I feel, and I've said this recently, I feel Ben could play about another 1 to 2 more years if he'd want to, if they'd have that. But that doesn't look to be the case. So rather than, of course, talking about the future right now, let's live in the moment and talk about the present and take it in while we can with what's left. This could be it. And what better way to end it at home against a division rival in, as we're about to discuss as well, the Steelers' domination of the Cleveland Browns since 2004 and all time as well, with the Ohio kid himself against one of two of his home state teams under center. Everyone, of course, is going to remember the latest thing to happen with these two teams. And yes, that was this time last year in the playoffs, in which Cleveland defeated the Pittsburgh Steelers before they lost the Chiefs in the divisional round, and the Chiefs lost to the Bucs in the Super Bowl. But since 2004, along with earlier this year as well, remember back on Halloween afternoon, the Steelers won, and the Steelers, with Big Ben Roethlisberger under center since 2004, they are 29-6-1 against Dog Pound. So how about we add a 0 to the end of today's date to make it 30? Browns are 7-8, eliminated yesterday from playoff contention. They're coming off a loss at Green Bay last weekend on Christmas because of 3 turnovers that led to 21 Packer points, and they lost by 2, 24-22. Steelers, they're 7-1. They need to win out, beat the Browns and Ravens next 2 weeks, along with getting some help, as mentioned earlier, to make the NFL playoffs. They're coming off of a 36-10 road loss at the Kansas City Chiefs last week. Difference in that game was also turnovers. 3 turnovers to 17 Chief points. And which they didn't, but they make that missed field goal, and then everything else goes the way it did, it's 19-13 in the fourth quarter, and it's a whole new ball game compared to how it was. So no turnovers tonight for either team. Steelers here tonight, though, they need to once again find a running game early and often with Najee Harris, along with stopping Nick Chubb and Ernest Johnson as Kareem Hunt is still out. If they can do that, along with keeping it simple, not doing more than they have to, take, of course, what the defense gives you, balance and consistency. No doubt about it. Of course, Ben's going to have to make some plays, give it his all, which he will. Run the damn ball as well, open up play action, Steeler defense, bring the steel curtain down. Tons of pressure on Baker Mayfield, cook him and send him back home. Special teams need to step up, in my opinion, as well. For the most part, in the return game, there's no doubt about it, of course. Yes, Chris Boswell is one of the best kickers in the league. And they've had a few blocked punts this year as well. But no decent returns whatsoever, it seems like, to set up the offense with some good starting field position. So maybe, defensive showdown, low scoring as it was back on Halloween, turnover battle, and then special teams. But I feel turnovers at the end will determine the outcome of this game. So, as always, we'll see what it gives. I'm sure something will. Both teams averaging only 20 points a game. So, I mean, if that's not saying something, then I don't know what is. But once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Steelers are going to have a few players out, not because of injuries, but because of the COVID-19 reserve list and or personal reasons, with Devin Bush, Joe Schobert, and Chris Wormley, along with Arthur Millette. So there's 4 defenders for you right there, 1 up front, 2 in the middle, and 1 on the back end. And then Presley Harvin out once again at punter. So Corliss Waitman will punt for the second straight week. But as we're about 10 minutes or so away from kickoff, as always, coming up halftime, we'll have first half stats and scores. We'll recap what happened this week 17 that normally would end the regular season. Hell, this time last year, I sat down and recorded my player preview, but it's going to have to wait, of course, till this time now next week, because next week, as we'll preview the first ever Week 18 in NFL history during this expanded regular season, the biggest season ever, playoffs are a week from Saturday away, so we're also going to take a look at the playoff picture as well, but we'll get to all that a little bit later on, but Steve Levy, Louis Riddick, and Brian Greasy on the call. These Salters down the field. They just gave their opening remarks. The Manning cast to kick off over on ESPN2 as well with Peyton and Eli Manning. They'll have Bill Cowher, Roger Goodell, Snoop Dogg, and Aaron Rodgers on as guests tonight. So, like I said, a lot of emotion, but with the emotion, the Steelers at home, and once again, what could be Roethlisberger's final home game at Heinz Field. The black and gold have momentum. In the cold, it is about 20 degrees, but honestly, what do you expect? It's Pittsburgh in January, so should be in for a good one. It was, low scoring when they met earlier this year. Game came down to the fourth quarter and came down to the final play of the game because even with Pittsburgh having a lead, they still had to, from what I can recall, earn some time off the clock there, and they did, and they won. So that was, of course, towards the tail end of that 4-game winning streak they had during the middle of the season after starting 1-3. Now, Pittsburgh, on top of all that, they have not lost at home since late September. Here we are in the new year, 2022, and it's Monday night, January the 3rd. So, the tie came at home, but they haven't lost since late September. So, recently it's been up and down. It's just one thing here or there, and it starts up front. You got to be able to block the run, play action, play good defense, rely on your special teams. Believe me, if they have a running game, the rest of the offense playbook's going to open itself up. So, like I said, early and often, if they can run 22 and rock the Naj with the rookie out of Alabama, Najee Harris, with all the emotion and momentum as well, they should be all right here tonight. And as it's been the past month too, home away, home and away next week. It's been the home games they're winning versus the away games they're losing. They got to win though. This is a must-win game. They got to win out and get some help to make the playoffs. The ties, right now, sort of hurting them because if that's a win, they're 8-7, still have play tonight, but the two teams that are ahead of them with the Chargers and Raiders, because they don't play the Colts, those are the teams that are in front of them right now. They don't have head-to-head wins against them. They lost both, so they'd still be right back on the outside looking in. So tie or no tie, it's a tie. It's not a winner, it's not a loss. I mean, that's why the tie's helping, but it's also hurting them. So, I mean, it is what it is. But, they put themselves in this spot. Now, like I said a few weeks back, if they can take care of business, the rest will sort itself out. But now you still need to continue to take care of business and, get some help if you possibly can. Like I said, they need to win out, have the Colts lose the Jags, and make sure, which we've already seen a tie with the Steelers, this year against the Lions. We'll hope that game doesn't end in a tie with the Chargers and Raiders to close out the regular season before the playoffs begin. But, just hopefully they don't lose out, because then that's a losing season. At this point, if they split, of course, hoping to win out and make the playoffs. But even if they win out, they still might not get in because they didn't take care of business when they need to, because other than the two big blowouts on the road, everything else is a one-score game this year. That's why I said it's, a couple things here or there. But we'll see what happens. Of course, that's why I play a game. It's not on paper, it's on the field. But, if they finish 8-1, that's 500. That's not a losing season. Ben will then, if he doesn't retire after this year, I just hope to God, he doesn't play anywhere else. Because I can't see him playing anywhere else. I don't think he's going to want to play anywhere else anyway. But, he would retire, as Tomlin still hasn't had a losing season as a Steeler head coach. I've taken over for Bill Cowher, who's going to be on the Manning Cast tonight. Steelers haven't had a losing season since 2003. Okay, Ben was drafted in April of 2004. So, WWE Monday Night Raw underway. We'll get into what they have previewed a little bit later on. But in the meantime, here comes number 7, potentially for the final time. Big Ben Roethlisberger taking the field at Heinz Field here tonight on Monday Night Football, as the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers are about to take on the Cleveland Browns, and a roar from the crowd, rightfully so, for the future Hall of Famer. ESPN2, no ABC simulcast. They'll have doubleheader on Saturday for Week 18. But with The Bachelor, of course, back tonight. That's why it's just ESPN and then ESPN2 for the Manicast. But we'll see here. Hopefully he can go out on top. He's going to go out his way, whether any of us like that or not. He's done a lot. And in the end, even with all the wins and just all the achievements, including the 2 Super Bowls, I feel, and I'm going to get more into this a little bit later on here tonight, Ben, as much credit as he's gotten, it still, in the end, hasn't been enough, believe me. And that's why I'm saying this now. That's why I've been saying it. He can play another couple years if he'd want to. If they'd have a running game and, be able to win some of these closer games. Because, if it gets to it, another era in between Terry Bradshaw and Ben Roethlisberger, arguably 2 of the best Steeler quarterbacks of all time. You can rank them 1, 2, however you want. That's your opinion. I've seen Ben my whole life. Of course, never got to see Bradshaw play by any means, other than highlights. But, I've been, as I'm 25, about to be 26, been watching football now for 20 years, and, been 18 years of those. Like I said, I'm going to get more into this a little bit later on, but just everything he's done. Because like I said, but for the most part, probably all of us, gonna eventually want him back, because who knows how much better or worse it could get, down the line. So we're gonna take it in while we can, and one thing, one play, one drive, one game at a time. The standard is the standard. So here we go, Steelers. Here we go. If only the play calling on offense could be a little bit better. Maybe they're a little bit better. Maybe not, though. Take it for what it's worth. They're 7-1, so I'll take it. But it's prime time. It's Monday Night Football. And, we're hoping the Steelers smack these Browns in the mouth and give them a big boom. Rest in peace to John Madden as well. Passed away last week, age of 85. And, of course, in his next to last stop during his broadcasting career was with Disney, ESPN, ABC for Monday Night Football. And his final game was the last Steelers Super Bowl win as well, in 43, when Ben Roethlisberger found Santonio Holmes in the back of the end zone for a game-winning touchdown, and the Steelers were the first franchise in NFL history to win 6 Super Bowls. Of course, Patriots have since tied, but ever since, the Steelers have been trying to climb their way on the stairway to 7. But if they want to get there, because they still have a chance, they're not out of it just yet, and they're going to get the ball to begin the game here tonight. They got to win out and get some help to make the playoffs. So, once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Got some NFL Monday Night Football, Browns, Steelers, and WWE Monday Night Raw. I've watched along their actions live on YouTube. So, Browns on to kickoff. Right to left across the television screen, right on a dial. Steelers back deep to receive. And we'll have a touchback. So 1st and 10 for the Steeler offense, led by number 7, Ben Roethlisberger, and potentially his final home game as a Pittsburgh Steeler from the 25-yard line. And as the terrible towels wave, Roethlisberger saying I'm not a Southern California surfer type that came to Pittsburgh. I hope the fans will always say the same thing. Ben was a Steeler. He just fit the mold, and I'm proud of that. And he sure as hell did. From the 25, 1st and 10. Big Ben with the clock ticking down. It sure hell is, unfortunately. He hands off to Najee Harris for 3-yard run up the middle, so 2nd and 7 to begin the game. From the 28, Ben looking to throw, and he's 1 for 1. Complete Chase Claypool, who's going to dive for the first down, and they're going to give him it. So move the sticks. Need a fast start, and most, if not all, the games, they haven't started hot. Whether that's, fast or strong, or however the hell you want to put it, including last week. They need a spark. They need to get on top and stay on top. Whether that's, still tied up or not, you need momentum. He's going to fake the give, and he's going to dump it off. And Pat Frymuth back. Missed last week's game as he went down with an injury there 2 weeks ago against the Titans. So they panned to Ben's family up in the booth as, when they, normally don't go to a lot of games, and then especially last week they're on the road, and now here tonight, the final home game, everyone's there to watch them. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. And when he first ran out pregame, you can tell there's a ton of emotion. From the 31, it's a little high, incomplete, intended for Deontay Johnson. It'll now be 3rd and 14, as that pass to Frymuth was a loss of 4, so that's why it was 2nd 14, and then of course the incompletion there, so 3rd down and 14. So maybe Baker Mayfield can bake them a pie real quick and they can convert on this first down. But from the 31, 3rd and long, and got a trip, stop your screen. Crosser over the middle, complete to Claypool, but he's going to be brought down 39 after only a pickup of 8, so he's going to be short. 4th down. The drive's going to stall. Snap there was a little weird, but at least in this Steeler home game versus the Browns, the opening play of the game wasn't a snap above his head and then a fumble, which, of course, led to a safety, and the Browns controlled the rest of the game. Corliss Waitman on to punt again, rather than Presley Harvin with his blue suede shoes once again, due to some personal reasons. But Waitman punted all right last week, I thought, But Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes being Patrick Mahomes, and it was Patrick Price, he just picked apart the Steeler defense. TJ Watt was non-existent. They did a good job making sure he didn't get to 15, but he's going to have to step up, play a good game. But more so than not, with Bush and Schobert out, Highsmith and Spillane are going to have big games in the middle. Going to have a personal foul, face mask on the Steelers on the kickoff. They're on the punt there, on the kick. On the return, on the tackles, Justin Lee, the former Spartan, taking down Donovan Peoples-Jones, the former Wolverine himself. So there's some Michigan ride for you. But even last week, too, as Cam Sutton the past month or so has, sort of up in there either, Arthur Millet's out. James Pierre, maybe he steps up. But even Joe Hayden and Minka, come on, and Cam Hayward up front in the middle, especially with Wormley out again. Stephon Tuitt's, been done since preseason, for God's sakes. Hasn't played it down this year. I don't know really how much of a difference he would have made and on this year's team to begin with anyway. I mean, who knows? But you can't really think like that because he hasn't played. If he would have played a little bit, okay, and then they continue to play like this, well, yeah, insert him. Maybe he's a big boost. And he has been, in his whole entire career with black and gold. But, you play with who you have. That's why you have 53, on the active roster. And Tampa Bay said the same thing yesterday after the drama queen himself, former Steeler, and Antonio Brown, said I'm done and walked out. They came back and won without him. And then post-game, he's no longer a Buck, even though they haven't released him yet. He didn't travel back with the team. I don't know if the cops gave him a ride to the airport or not by any means. But, yeah, man, what a downhill spiral for Antonio Brown ever since Steelers traded him there, 2 years ago. Make it 3 years ago, coming up this offseason. But, even towards the tail end of that, it was bad, So, you want to blame the Steelers for that? No. Take a look in the mirror, and especially Antonio Brown, and you'll have your answer right there. So, especially if arguably three of the NFL's most iconic franchises don't want him in Pittsburgh, the silver and black, and New England Patriots. And then he's playing with, one of the best, if not the best team in the NFL. And I say that, just right now, of course, because they won the Super Bowl last year in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They're in it. Can they defend? We'll see a little over a month from now. But handoff, and speak of the devil with who steps up on defense. Robert Spillane at linebacker is going to make the tackle in the backfield for a loss as Baker Mayfield handed off to Nick Chubb, and it's now 2nd and long for the Brownies. So from the 25, officially no gain on the play. Baker going to dump it off, and they get the first down, complete to Jarvis Landry, and he gets to the 45-yard line. 1st and 10 for Cleveland. So, negative, and then a positive play back-to-back. Good block. And then both Sutton and Edmonds push him out. So, new set of downs for Cleveland here, 1st and 10. They're coming in, as if, hey, we're going to place spoilers for you. If the Chargers would have lost yesterday, for both of these teams, it's, as Cleveland, I would hope they're still going to play to win, spoil Pittsburgh from getting in. Pass incomplete from Mayfield. 10 for his tight end Austin Hooper. They were still in the playoff hunt yesterday, but then when the Chargers win, they were eliminated. But yeah, tonight, if Chargers were lost to the Broncos, which they didn't, and now the Broncos will host the Chiefs on Saturday, as will the Eagles against the Cowboys. Both these teams, it's take care of business, win, and get to Week 18, and depending on the playoff scenario, you're still in it. But Cleveland's been eliminated. Pittsburgh, if they lose or tie tonight, they're done with as well. And it's on to next year, even with one more game next week. So I said, take care of business and wrestle sort itself out. They've done that to an extent, but now they're going to need some help. So, must win. You got to win here tonight, Pittsburgh. And as Mayfield pass over the middle was tipped and then incomplete. Kello Witherspoon on the coverage. He's played well sort of this, back end of the season after they got him in training camp in a trade. He's been injured when he was in there early, really wasn't doing a lot, and then he's been making plays recently. That pass from Mayfield, incomplete, intended for Hooper again, 4th down, and just as Pittsburgh punted, Cleveland will do the same to begin the game here, about 5 minutes or so in. That's a catch. Austin Hooper hit him right in the hands, and he dropped it. Incomplete, 4th down. So from the 45, Cleveland on to punt. It is the former Chief in Dustin Colquitt, of course. His father punted for the Steelers and won 4 Super Bowls. No one was back deep to receive. Ball's going to bounce in the end zone for a touchback anyway. So 1st and 10 from the 20 for the Steelers when we return. No penalty on that punt either. It did look like they're telling, but they might have had a running or even roughing the punter. But in the meantime, they'll take a commercial break. So 0-0 with Cleveland and Pittsburgh here tonight on Monday Night Football. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. As mentioned, also tonight, WWE Monday Night Raw. Following WWE Day 1 on Saturday, the first big premium live event. So they said of the new year, which I said bullshit too. Afterwards, from what I found out, and we'll see if they keep doing it or not, because Royal Rumble is going to be at the end of the month now. Pay-per-views are no more. It's going to be premium live event, which, hey, they're going to do what they want, so they got to live with it, whether you like it or not. I don't like it as much as you don't either, but it is what it is, so I'll leave it at that. But they had advertised earlier, of course, following that main event, the Fatal 5-Way WWE Championship match, in which Big E defended and then lost his WWE Championship to the Beast Incarnate Brock Lesnar. Seth Rollins, Kevin Owens, Bobby Lashley was also in the match. They said Lesnar was going to kick off the show, which he did, following a recap from the pay-per-view on Saturday. That's the thing. How long is it going to take until they go back to saying pay-per-view? Because, believe me, nobody's going to call it a premium live event. And just, it doesn't make any sense. It does, but it doesn't. They just want to change it up and call it something else. Be different. Exactly why. But we'll digress on wrestling. Back to football here. Yeah, Ben, his rookie year, as Pittsburgh started 0-1, it was a loss at Baltimore. Tommy Maddox got hurt. They won 15 in a row before they lost to the Patriots in the AFC Championship game. And, a year later, they went and won the Super Bowl. And most games played in Steeler history. Roethlisberger 248, Mike Webster, Hines Ward, Donnie Shell, and Mel Blount all behind him. Hines just got snubbed as a finalist, as a Hall of Famer. Ben's going to be future Hall of Famer. Those other 3 are all Hall of Famers. So Ben under center, 1st and 10 from the 20. Hand off to Najee Harris. He gets 3 yards. Another 2nd and 7. So this drive begins just as it did to begin the game. But yeah, we'll talk more about Ben a little bit later on. We still got one more game next week. So this is just his final home game. He's still got one more final game that'll make the playoffs next week, and then he does retire. But who knew? He could be swarming us all, and he returns next year. I don't think a lot of people are going to be liking that, but he's still going to give them, the best chance to win. Because honestly, other than if you'd sign your trade for somebody, as he hands off Najee Harris once again, 1st down and run for him, and I believe Harris now has eclipsed 1,000 total rushing yards on the year, if I'm not mistaken. He's already surpassed 100 all-purpose yards on the year. So that went for about 8 and a 1st down, so move to 6 again. So yeah, he's already had 1,000 plus all-purpose, and he only needed, I believe, less than 25 rushing yards here tonight as he'll get another give there to 37 for about 5, maybe 6, to have 1,000 plus rushing yards on the year. The running game just needs to be more balanced and consistent. Yeah, okay. He has now surpassed 1,000 rushing yards, and now he's only 50 away from the franchise record as a rookie, as him and Franco are the only 2 rookie running backs in Steeler franchise history to have over 1,000 rushing yards. So, slant over the middle, incomplete, 10 for Chase Claypool. 72, of course, was the year of the Immaculate Reception. And then the tie-in John Madden with it as well, as he was the head coach of the Raiders in that game, outside in the parking lot where Three Rivers once stood. And of course, they have that marked off with a plaque where it happened at. Pittsburgh's going to need an immaculate finish to the season along with some help to make the playoffs. And then, maybe if they get hot at the right time and get that help, and who knows a month from now where they're at, We've got a late whistle, no delay a game, maybe a false start. They get a timeout, maybe. But we got a penalty flag on the play. See what the stripes are going to say here. I didn't see no penalty. Maybe an illegal shift. They've been calling those a bunch. False start on the Steelers. And they didn't give a number. But it was a false start on Pittsburgh. Yeah. Let's see a replay here. How's that a penalty? There's no penalty there. What the hell? No. You should have picked that up because you didn't have the number. You didn't even know if it was a penalty. You just didn't want to, look like you made a mistake. Come on now. 3rd down and 9. And out of the gun from the 32, trip, stop your screen. Ben looking to throw, is going to dump it off Najee Harris, and tackle right there as he caught it. He was down. Another punt to come for Pittsburgh. So another slow start, which isn't a good thing, but here we go again. Yeah, he's down. Ball came out, then he even recovered it anyway, so Steelers maintain possession. And Waitman on the punt, so the lefty booms it away, and it'll bounce at the 30 and be down to the 27. 1st and 10, Cleveland from there. There's a nice aerial shot of Pittsburgh. Heinz Field with PNC Park down the street. PPG Paints across town. But we'll get back to the action here in a little bit. Another punt. It's a punt contest right now for the brand. But, we were talking about it a little bit ago there before we came back from the last break. Roethlisberger was drafted 1st round back 2004. I remember watching the draft. Of course, top, it was Eli not wanting to go to San Diego because they didn't want to lose Peyton all the time. They met a few times, but as Peyton was a Colt and Bronco, Eli was a Giant his whole entire career. Rivers ended up, going to the Chargers, where he played all but 1 year with them, whether in San Diego or LA. Of course, the Colt last year, both them and the Saints called him up. He's said no to returning. So out of that 04 draft class, with the 3 quarterbacks to be drafted in the top 11, and 4 Hall of Famers in that top 11 as well, with Larry Fitzgerald out of Pitt. Ben's the last one standing. Eli retired 2 years ago. Phillip and Fitzgerald after last year, even though Fitz still hasn't given an official word on that. Ben's still the last one standing. So, as Eli won 2 Super Bowls, Ben did as well. Should have been 3, of course, but Rodgers has the other. And who knows what the future holds there. So, maybe we let bygones be bygones when it comes down to it. If it comes down to it in that regard. But they are now showing a highlight video package of John Madden on Monday Night Football. Of course, he, was a football player, coached the Raiders, got in broadcasting. He's the only one to work for CBS, Fox, ABC, and NBC. Only broadcaster ever in NFL history. I don't know about sport history, but NFL history to work for all 4 major networks. But then, of course, with the video game, Madden NFL football that we all play. Back to it, 1st and 10 from the 27. Mayfield, handoff Nick Chubb, and he's off to the races. Minka Fitzpatrick, and then Joe Hayden bring him down out past midfield at the 42-yard line. So just like that, there is your first big explosive play of the game, and it starts up front. You got to be able to block the run, and a little misdirection, and they pulled a few players, and he hit the hole and went. And he was off to the races until he was chased down by Minka and Hayden. So another give. This Ernest Johnson, 2-yard gain for him. He stepped up in absence of Kareem Hunt. So they're still able to work a 2-headed monster in the backfield, no doubt about it, where Pittsburgh, they only have Najee Harris because everyone behind him, they're not really playing a lot, and, when they do, they're not, doing a lot to begin with. So I would think Pittsburgh come the offseason, whether that's in free agency or even the draft, get a number 2 behind Najee Harris at running back, and, into next year, see if you can finally run the football, for God's sakes. Even with Najee Harris having over 1,000 yards rushing, it hasn't been balanced or consistent enough. That's why I said 7-7-1. If they can run the football a little bit more and better than they have, who knows? Might have a few more wins right now, because other than, like I said, those 2 blowout losses, everything else has been 1 score. So it is what it is. Here we are, 3rd and 2 for Cleveland, but got to win out and get some help now and get into the playoffs. Njoku in motion near side. And now we got a whistle. I think they're going to say false starter. Yep. So Zebras with a penalty apiece via the false starts to both these offenses. At least they gave a number. It was on Austin Hooper. But same with the refs. If it's a penalty, okay, call it. If not, don't let them play. Plain and simple, end of story. Don't try to control the game, especially in the second half. And then, of course, get the attention on yourself. But after the penalty, he 3rd and 7 now, back at the 38. And Mayfield looking to throw, and he'll dump it off near side, incomplete, intended for Landry. Should have been sacked around midfield by a lot of Steeler defenders there, including Highsmith and Hayward. But he was able to escape that and get rid of it, but just a little too much, leading his receiver, and it falls incomplete. So now Cleveland's got a 4th and 7. They're going to go for it. It's a big play. If they can convert, capitalize off of converting with the momentum and taking an early lead, okay. But if Pittsburgh on the flip side can, ball's tipped and then incomplete. T.J. Watt off the edge, hit him right at the last second, and then it was almost intercepted there. Fell to the ground, incomplete. See a replay over here. Watt off the edge. Hayward actually got his hand up and tipped it, but it was the pressure by T.J. Watt off the edge to force the quick pass, and then Hayward gets his hand up. It's deflected and almost picked off by Highsmith. So, there's no I in team. And this Steeler defense, as Pittsburgh's known to have good defenses year in and year out, it's been one of the better ones as of late recently. But, even with injuries and such, whether it's an actual injury or, on the COVID-19 reserve list or however you want to put it, always could be 10 times better. So they get off the field, they get turnover and downs, actually, as Cleveland goes for it there. So they'll have some good starting field position around the 40-yard line, 1st and 10, when we come back. So, Cleveland had a good drive going there. And then the penalty backed them up on that 3rd and 2 to 3rd and 7. The incompletion, and then, the deflection, and another incompletion, turnover and down. So Pittsburgh, 1st and 10 when we come back. But, I'm sure they're going to show a lot of old highlights of Roethlisberger tonight, no doubt about it. Now, that's next week for myself, when I have planned to discuss Roethlisberger key moments throughout his 18-year career. So tune back in on Sunday for that. It's been one hell of a ride, to say the least. We're going to get more into some of it later on. And I'm sure I'll repeat myself a few times tonight and even next week. We're going to, go down memory lane for the most part in its entirety now next week. So, got to do something next, though, on offense. 3rd time's a charm, maybe. Drive and score some points. Characters for 8 if it's a field goal or a touchdown. Just get on the board. And speak of the devil with the highlights, there's the 05-06 playoff divisional game at Indy. Fumbled by the bus, and then Ben made the game-saving tackle. And then they went and beat Denver and beat Seattle 2 weeks later in the Super Bowl to win Super Bowl 40. So, I'll say this later, but I'm going to say it now, too. I'm going to remember 2005 and 2008 the most out of, any of the years, of course, because they won the Lombardis. But, like I said earlier, too, if they win one of these next 2, they're going to finish with a winning record. So, 18 non-losing seasons, that has to speak for something for a starting quarterback, in which he, would have played his whole entire with one team. So, 2nd down and 5 for Pittsburgh from the 43. Trips on a bunch top of your screen. Ben over the middle, it's caught. 1st down at the 49. And Deontay Johnson on the tail end of that catch. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. It's a Pittsburgh Steeler, 1st down. Run the football. Rock the Nodge, run 22. Cleveland might have jumped off sides. Might have a free play. He's going to go deep. I don't think there was a penalty, though. And incomplete at the 5, and 10 for DJ 18. There wasn't a penalty. Ben wants James Washington. He wants 1-3 on the field. Of course, DJ is going to be a little gassed after those 2 plays in a row. But whether they jumped off sides or not, no penalty, incomplete. So the refs now are calling the penalties that shouldn't be called and then not calling the clear and obvious as they should, but I'll digress. Handoff, Najee Harris. 8-yard run for him up the middle of the field, so 3rd and 2. 4:14 to play in this opening quarter. And once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Yeah, rock the Naj. Downhill running. Why don't you got your damn tight ends? Go to Freiermuth. Go to Zach Gentry. And Ben going to hand off again. 3rd and 2. They get the first down. Right there at the marker. That's a first down. They're going to mark them a half yard short. That's a first down. Go for it. Go for it. Get up there and sneak it. Ben, you've been 6'5", 240 plus your whole entire career. Get up there and sneak it. 4th and inches. If you go deep or try to get the ball more than 5 yards downfield, you got a problem. Out of the eye, maybe even go to Derek Watt at fullback. Sneak it. 4th and 1, maybe hell, even just try to draw them off sides and then call a timeout, punt. Play clock under 10. They'll hand off, go fullback dive, Derek Watt, and they get the first down. That's a first down. That's a bad spot, but that's a first down. You got another half yard or so. Still first down. They say first down. Yep. Move the sticks. Now, why don't you take another deep shot, maybe? Why don't you go to your tight end? It's good, like I said, have French Fry back at the tight end position after missing last week, because they sure as hell missed him, it seemed like.
That's tough ball handling. Get a snap from a new center and to turn around and spin around into the up back. If you double clutch that at all, it's a ball.
Play clock winding down. You got to go. 5, 4, 3, empty set, 5 wide. Go. Snap the ball. They get it off. Bubble screen complete near side Deontay Johnson, but he's going to go nowhere. No gain on the play. 2nd down and 10 under 2 to play in this opening quarter. Still tied at 0 here on Monday Night Football with the Browns and Steelers. You have something good going now. Don't let it slip. You got to capitalize off this. Another empty set, 5 wide. And Ben going to go deep far side. And he has a man, James Washington, incomplete. No penalty. So the refs are letting him play. It'll be 3rd and 10. So they do take the deep shot there. You know, Ben's right there on those passes. It's just Cleveland with some good coverage, and you know, that's not a penalty. Hell, he had a better shot of catching than James Washington did. You know, the Steelers at receiver, without Juju Smith-Schuster, yes, Deontay Johnson stepped up a lot. He still needs to catch more than he has, though. But then really other than him, I mean, you know, because Claypool and Washington or McLeod's more of a return guy than anything. That's over the middle complete to Deontay Johnson. He'll be brought down officially. They mark him at 36, so it'll be 4th and about 5.5, 6. Gonna go for it again. Bring on Boswell for a long-ass field goal. From here, be about 54 yards. They're going to go for it again. I don't know about this one. It'll be 4th and 5. I'd kick it. You know, Boswell's got a leg on him. And you can see with the cold and the flags on top of the goalpost, it is a little windy. This will be about 54. I don't know why you're not kicking it. That's going to be incomplete, 10 for Frymouth. Good coverage by Cleveland. And it's almost picked off, incomplete. So Turner run down, just as Cleveland did. So we've had what? 2 punts, 2 Turner run downs, and no points. Frymouth still almost caught it after the deflection, too. Yeah, that's just a good defensive play. Ben should have pump faked because he would have had him going down the seam in the middle of the field wide open. And then you'd have a big 1st and 10 inside the red zone. But, oh well. Move on. Just get back at it. Get back to it. Play good defense. Get the hell off the field again. And hopefully you get rolling on offense here soon. I mean, hell, that was their best offensive drive since who knows when, you know? Because, I mean, last week, you know, they scored late, but even the week prior, when they shut out Tennessee in the second half and scored 16 unanswered, I mean, it would probably have to come sometime in that game or late, almost a month ago now, when they went to Minnesota and lost on that Thursday night. Second down, that ball was deflected and almost picked off. TJ Watt jumping up and knocking it down. Cleveland going to have to snap it once more. 3rd and 6 with 2 seconds to go in this opening quarter. Come on, defense. Yeah, he should have probably picked that off. So 3rd down and 6 for Cleveland from the 40. And Jarvis Landry in motion near side. How's that on a false start? He's still moving. TJ Watt got to sack Mayfield anyway. There is a flag on the play. So at the end of the quarter, Cleveland going to have to punt again here to begin the second. There is a flag on the play. He was not set when the ball was snapped. That's going to be on Jarvis Landry. It's either a false start and a legal shift. Yeah, legal motion. And he was not set. Penalty's going to be declined because of the sack anyway. Yeah, no doubt about it. So 4th down and Cleveland's going to punt. Like, he was still, just standing there running in motion as the ball is snapped. You can't do that. And then Watt off the edge anyway sacks him. So, yeah. The end of the quarter, 0-0 with the Browns and Steelers. But the Steelers, once again on defense, get them off the field. Another big stop. And the first sack on Baker Mayfield here tonight. Credit TJ Watt, now 18.5 on the season, which is a franchise single-season record. Brown's going to punt, and Steelers offense is going to get the football back. But, typical Steeler game for the most part here early. Slow start. Get rolling early, mid, sometime in the second quarter, just prior to halftime. Hopefully, knock on wood. And then, whether you're in the lead or trying to come back in the second half, just do what you got to do, find a way, They can't afford to turn the ball over. So, both teams have come close to doing that. You're early, but can't afford to cough it up and then, expect to necessarily be in the game, but, let alone have a chance, especially when you can't do anything at that point. If that'll continue. So, still hoping, of course, here for a Steeler win, but we'll see what happens. Got to take care of business, though. Got to win out and get some help. And if they make the playoffs, they make the playoffs. If they don't, they don't. And then, last year was last year, this year. This year not as good as last year, but, at least it hasn't been that hard of a fall compared to it was a year ago. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some, but, why the hell can't you win them all? No doubt about it, but just they, like I said, if they're more balanced and consistent on offense, the defense is there, and you can rely on your special teams 9 times out of 10. So yeah, if TJ Watt's not your defensive player of the year with 18.5 sacks and all the tackles he has, along with missing 2 games in this expanded regular season, come on now. There'd be argument, and I'd agree, being a Penn State fan myself, for the rookie linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys and Micah Parsons. But give him defensive rookie of the year, not defensive player of the year, because TJ got snubbed last year up against Aaron Donald. And, hell, he deserved last year. He deserved it more so this year than not, especially with the injury. That cost him a few games, but he, still is leading the NFL in sacks. So, come on now. Stats don't lie. Stats do not fucking lie. We'll pull up some of those in a minute, but this Steeler offense is going to have to get rolling. From the 34, first down and 10. And Najee Harris going to get the give again. At least they're trying to find a running game here early, as hoped. And, you know, for the most part, it's there. That goes for 7.5, maybe 8. They'll say 2nd and 3. So one play into the second quarter. That's a long-ass 3 yards. Out of the pistol, Ben gonna fake the give and then complete at midfield to Ray McLeod. And another Pittsburgh Steeler, first down. Yeah. Hell, he had DJ coming over the middle who would have been wide open too. And then he would have had some room to catch and run and maybe get some more yards. But first and 10 after the completion of Ray. They hand off to Najee Harris, who's going to be tackled right away. So 2nd down and 10. And with Ray McLeod, Mr. 619 himself, Rey Mysterio, we'll see what they have planned for WWE Monday Night Raw here. Get back to that in a minute. Been holding off probably longer than I should have, but got a penalty. 2nd and 10, maybe an offside. That goes for about 8.5, 9. The short distance to go, but depending on this penalty, we'll see what we got. Yeah, an offside on the Browns. 5 yards, first down. 5 yards, still 2nd down. Okay. 2nd and 5. Yeah, because if you would decline that, it would have been 3rd and short. So take the penalty. Yeah. 2nd down and 5. And Ben pump fakes to Freiermuth, and then over the middle comes back to Najee Harris, and he's going to get another Steeler first down. Going to reach the 35-yard line as well. They'll mark him down 36, 1st and 10. But, hey, another first down. How you doing? Keep it moving. Let's go. You got to capitalize off of this. Yeah, probably a good pump fake by Ben. This Freiermuth, I don't know if that pass would have been caught. It might have been picked off. He might have been brought down right away, and then you'd still be in a 3rd down and medium situation, but now you got a 1st and 10 at 36, so good decision. And they'll get back to run it. Actually, no, they won't. They'll fake the give and then a slant over the middle. Intended for Ray McLeod, incomplete. They wanted a penalty on that. That's just a, big clean hit right there. That's not a penalty. No. There wasn't any helmet to helmet. See a replay here. Maybe there was. No, that's maybe of an early contact. You can say defensive hold or a pass interference in that regard, but no, that's a good no call. That's just a big clean hit. From the 36, 2nd down and 10. And out of the empty, Ben complete, and then Deontay Johnson drops it incomplete. Jesus Christ, dude. Come on, catch the fucking football. You're a wide receiver in the NFL, getting paid to catch the football. And, well, the last time he did this in the first half, he made up for it in the second half against the Ravens, and they won the game. But back to being brick hands, I see. Way too many drops by everybody. Just not him. They have fixed it, but it's still, come on, man, just happening too much still. 3rd and 10. Ben, quick bubble screen, complete to Chase Claypool, but don't really have any blockers for him. And he only gets about 3 yards. Well, here comes a late penalty. Yeah, somebody threw something. There's a shoe on the field. Is that what that was? It's a yellow shoe. I thought it was a yellow flag. And then there was a late penalty afterwards. All right. So Fryermuth goes back to pick up whoever the hell's shoe that is. It's Claypool's unsportsmanlike conduct on the defense. So they ripped his shoe off, just as Myles Garrett ripped Mason Rudolph's helmet off and beat him over the head with it. Jadeveon Clowney rips off the shoe of Chase Claypool and chucked it. Wow. And that just cost him a first down, because that's 4th down for Pittsburgh. They're either going to go for it again, which they probably want it, 4th and 8, kick a long field goal, maybe even punt, but 15 yards, automatic first down, because Jadeveon Clowney, he likes hitting people. Just as Myles Garrett likes hitting people over the head with helmets. And now he's getting an earful. Why the hell are you ripping off somebody's shoe and throwing it? Makes no sense. Pittsburgh, now you really got to capitalize off of this. 1st and 10 from the 18 inside the red zone, knock on the door. Back to the running game, rocking the Naj, run 22, and Najee Harris, he'll get to the 11-yard line on a 7-yard gain. Be 2nd and short. Yes. Run the football and play good defense and rely on your special teams, and boom, you'll score points. From the 11, 2nd down and 3. And Ben will hand off. Najee Harris, another first down to the 5. 1st and goal for Pittsburgh. Keep running it. Keep running it. Run it down their fucking throat. First Browns-Steelers Monday night game since 95. That's hard to believe. I know they've played in prime time, but yeah, I guess it has been on either Sunday or Thursday night. 1st and goal from the 5. Why don't you go back to Fryermuth? But keep running the damn ball. Run it. They fake it, slant over the middle, caught Deontay Johnson. Touchdown, Pittsburgh, and Ben Roethlisberger potentially once again in his final home game as a Pittsburgh Steeler. He'll get the Steelers on the board first here tonight and throw a passing touchdown to Deontay Johnson for 5 yards out. Make it 6-0 pending the upcoming extra point. Yeah, the play action got him. They bit and boom. Touchdown Steelers. Nice big drive too. 10 play, almost 5 minutes. And it results in 6, knock on wood. Cross your fingers, say your T's and P's. Hope to make it 7. It's up and good, so 7-zip. 7-0 Pittsburgh. Here we go, Steelers. They're on the board first. Now you got to hold on to this lead. Continue to play good defense the rest of the way. Should be able to, what they have already, because Cleveland's not showing much on offense. Pittsburgh can, that's their 4th drive. Let's go Steelers. Here we go, Steelers is right. Where are those terrible towels? Pittsburgh can continue to do what they just did on offense there the rest of the game. Not all the time, but for a good portion of it, they'll be all right. So, 7-0 your score here. Pittsburgh on top of Cleveland. And as Baker Mayfield and the Browns are going to get the ball back. Pittsburgh, at least, like I said, with the running game, it's there now. Rocking the Naj and running 22. And Najee Harris, he has over 1,000 rushing yards now on the season, along with having already had 1,000 plus all-purpose yards, being able to run and catch out of the backfield. But yeah, Mayfield's only 1 of 7 for 20 yards, and that 20-yard completion was to Jarvis Landry. Roethlisberger with that passing touchdown, now 3 away from tying Dan Marino, 7th place all time in NFL history for all-time passing touchdowns in a career. Ben's 11 of 18 for 45 yards passing and a touchdown. Of course, that 5-yard slant over the middle in the end zone complete, caught by Deontay Johnson, who has 4 catches, 16 yards in the score. Najee Harris has 11 carries, 55 yards rushing. You know, just if they have a running game and it's more balanced and consistent on offense, you know, Ben could be playing for another few years, folks, believe me. Because honestly, who the hell are you going to go out and get? And don't say, you know, a few of the, you know, top potential free agent or trade-worthy quarterbacks that you're going to, of course, then have to give up something to get. You know, when you have one and, you know, 19, 20-year career at that point, if he'd stick around, which he probably won't, you know, but, you know, with Brady still playing, for God's sakes, hell, he's in his 22nd fucking year. And he's 6 years older than Ben. Okay? So, running game, more balanced offense, and there's nobody coming out of the draft that's going to be, you know, worthy of drafting at least high. You know, Pittsburgh, it's all going to depend on how this season ends and then what they do in free agency before the draft. Because if they'd go out and sign somebody or trade for somebody, your first round pick and your whole entire draft is to fill holes, fill your needs. But if you don't get a quarterback, then you're going to be drafting a quarterback. You know, and the three quarterbacks that I would want Pittsburgh to draft if it came down to it. But of course, I would hope, you know, for them to potentially sign somebody, because they're going to want a veteran quarterback to lead them into the future. Because I sure as hell don't want to go through, you know, another stint of, once again, between Bradshaw and Roethlisberger with all the quarterbacks that played quarterback for him. From the 24, first down and 10, Nick Chubb for about a yard or so. Second down and 9. You know, you can go back right across town, not take a pick quarterback and Dan Marino. They're not going to have a chance to take Kenny Pickett, though. That's the thing. There's no way in hell they take, or even let alone have a chance of taking Kenny Pickett unless they trade up. From the 25, ball's batted down the line of scrimmage, incomplete. So it would be him. As now Cleveland's got a big 3rd and 9. Steeler defense go off the field here. See if they can. 10:01 to play before halftime with a 7-0 lead. Mayfield dumps it off, but it's going to be caught and then dropped. If it was caught, it's tackle for loss, 4th and longer. But it's still going to be 4th down, they're going to punt. And just the pressure off the edge. Yeah, that's dropped. Incomplete. So 4th and 9, they'll punt. Yeah, Mayfield not off to a good start here. And Colquitt on to punt again. Almost get to him to block it. And from the 23 on the punt return, Ray McLeod. All right, to the 36. Be 1st and 10 for Pittsburgh. There with Big Ben Roethlisberger and Steeler offense back on the field when we return. But no, real quick, if Pittsburgh to sign off on the thought there with, you know, if it came down to it and they had to draft a quarterback, in order, 1, 2, 3, but they're not going to have a chance to draft Kenny Pickett right now unless they, you know, of course, trade up to get him. It's him, and then it's Carson Strong from Nevada and Malik Willis from Liberty, in my opinion. I would not want Sam Howell, Matt Corral, or Desmond Ridder, as a Steeler fan, to be the next Steeler quarterback. You know, but then of course, potential free agent quarterbacks, that you could go out and sign or potentially even trade for. Of course, the big names that come to mind are, in fact, going to be Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson, depending on how both of those situations unfold. You also help, take a look around the league. A few other starting quarterbacks right now. I mean, and I've said these names a few times recently, in no particular order, but, they'd really, if it'd be a top tier free agent signing at quarterback, that gives you, 4, 5, 6 years maybe. In no particular order, Matt Ryan, Derek Carr, along with Jimmy Garoppolo and Kirk Cousins. Really, there's nobody else. There isn't. But then this is now, like I said earlier, need to take this in while we can and live in the moment. So I'm not even going to go any further with that. 1st and 10 for Pittsburgh. They run a tight end screen, and Zach Gentry on the target. He catches that, but no gain on the play. 2nd and 10, as he was tackled right away. So yeah, I'm not even going to go any further in that regard. Of course, you go let me know in the comments below who you think. Chat, questions, comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. Yeah, I mean, just still one thing at a time here. And that's what I said. Have a running game. Ben could be playing longer than just tonight, next week, and this year in general. So strip sack fumble, been able to recover it, be 3rd and long, but just as they have one good thing going for them. Here we go again. It's like they forget how to play football. You got to give credit where credit's due. Brown defense or any defense they're playing against, because this has always happened. I'm surprised it's taken me this long to say, but it seems to me as this game will come down in the 4th quarter again, and potentially the final play of the game, as it did back on Halloween, we might be taking another trip to Heart Attack City. Ben going to dump it off. It's complete to Najee Harris, but he's going to be brought down about 4 yards short of 1st down, so another 4th down, and yeah, they're going to have to punt. Yeah, he's down. They rolled him down, even though he kept going, and might have got the 1st down after it, but yeah, Ford Progress stop. He's short, be 4th and 4, and the Steelers are going to be on to punt. Well, he was never down. His elbow was down then, last second there. He was never down. Ball never came out either until late, so no fumble. And forearm never really touched, though, either. Taking another look at that. You can't win a Ford Progress stop down by contact challenge, though, so it's not worth it. And Waitman on to punt again, so, they drive and score, and, that drive there was all right, but, in the end, they still have to punt here, so they do return out to the 20, got a penalty on the play, so it'll probably be a hold or a block in the back, if I'd have to guess. Hold on the Steelers in the return, or a block. Illegal shift on the Steelers. Free kick. or 5 yards at the end of the run. So Cleveland's going to have a 1st and 10 around 25. 7:09 to play in the first half. Cleveland getting the ball back, down 7. 7-0 your score, with the Steelers on top here on Monday Night Football. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coin Luke 96. Mayfield's 1 of 9, 20 yards passing. Roethlisberger now 13 of 20, 58 yards passing, and that touchdown. Nick Chubb has 4 carries, 35 yards rushing. Najee Harris, 11 of 55. Najee also has 3 catches, 18 yards out of the backfield, but Mayfield as mentioned, only 1 of 9. The 1 catch completion for him was to Jarvis Landry for 20 yards. Najee Harris actually leads both Pittsburgh in rushing and receiving right now. 3 catches, only by a yard or 2 though. 3 catches, 18 yards receiving. Chase Claypool has 3 catches, 17 yards. And then Deontay Johnson, of course, the 4 catches, 16 yards, and the touchdown. Ray McLeod 1 for 11. So yeah, the Steelers have a 7-0 lead, 7:09 to play before half. Both teams, all 3 timeouts remaining here. So let's see what Cleveland can do on offense versus what Pittsburgh, once again, can do on defense. So they can get off the field and then their stop and get the offensive ball back. But yeah, Monday Night Football, 7-0 here with the black and gold on top of the dog pound. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Subscription, thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. And then, as always, coming to halftime, we'll have first half stats and scores, recap Week 17, preview Week 18, take a look at the NFL playoff picture as well. And ESPN going to give us the Renegade early in this first half, but hopefully they show more when they actually do it in the fourth quarter. As Baker and the Browns should, in fact, fear for their lives here tonight on Monday Night Football. Especially with Roethlisberger potentially playing in his final home game here tonight at Heinz Field before he does hang up the cleats for good. But, in the end, what a ride, what a career it's been. And yeah, Benegade. Pittsburgh is still alive in the playoff hunt. You got to win out and get some help. So never say die. Not over until it's over. Still got 7-9 in this first half, plus another half, and next week to go. And we'll go from there. But 1st and 10, Cleveland from the 26. And Mayfield on the play action roll out. It's going to be picked off. Akello Weatherspoon. 1st and 10 Steelers. You got to capitalize off the interception now. Green Bay was able to last week with 21 points. And they won. So you already have a 7-0 lead. Whether people say Mayfield's the answer in Cleveland or not, sometimes he is, sometimes he isn't. It just has depended on how he's played. That play, no way, no chance in hell. And Witherspoon just jumped the route and picked it off right before he ran out of bounds, and that's a catch and an interception, 10 for Donald Jones. And what I said earlier about Akello Witherspoon, they traded for him. He's a former Niner and Seahawk. Back during training camp in the preseason. And then, he was in a few games early this year, gave up big plays, and then battled injuries. This past month or so of the season, he's really stepped up in the back end to help out the Steelers secondary. So Claypool motion, Steelers back on offense, 1st and 10 from 43. And Ben going to take a shot deep down the middle of the field, and it'll be incomplete and 10 for Chase Claypool. Ref might have caught him in the way there a little bit, but Ben almost got rid of it and then almost went down the sack, and then avoided that sack and still went deep with it, and really just a little too much for Claypool. Yeah, jump ball, he, I wouldn't necessarily say, jumped too soon or just not even the wrong way. He just he wasn't going to have a chance to catch it. You know, he still tried to make a play with it, but couldn't come down with it. They get back to the running game. Hell, Najee Harris might have 100 yards rushing in the first half. They keep it up. And a 15-yard run for him up the middle. Move the sticks. That's the Pittsburgh Steelers. Say it with me. First down. And everybody this past week, of course, with the moment of silence for the late, great John Madden as well, everybody's been going crazy with the telestrator since yesterday. And, you know, this is exactly what happened, you know, boom here, boom there, hole opened up, he hit it, you know, blah, 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 and, you know, scribbles all over the damn screen, and, yeah, so you can, myself included, we can all act and try to impersonate John Madden to the best of our abilities, but there's only one John Madden, so just we need to quit and just stop in that regard. We can honor him, but I think a little bit of a disgrace, to be honest with you, when just, yeah, it's one of those things that, like, even if we think we have room to do it or say this or that, no, we don't. Because there's only been and will only ever be one John Madden. Because, no doubt about it, he changed what the NFL is. That pass complete to Freiermuth on a Steeler first down. He changed the NFL what it was to, you know, what it is today for the most part, especially in you know, broadcasting for how the game is portrayed on TV. That pass complete to Ray McLeod, and it's going to go for about 3, maybe 4 yards. He's second down and 6.5, 7. 4.5 to play in this first half. We're going to dive into, you know, WWE Night Raw here at some point in time tonight, too. They're about an hour and a half in. Same to go. You know, really, they've only done, it seems like, one of the advertised things. So, I mean, if they have done more, my bad, of course, if I've missed it. It seems like they're adding in a lot of fillers tonight as well. That pass incomplete for McLeod. Third down. Of course, tonight and the next 2 Mondays, really until next fall, are going to be, at least for up against football, the only times they'll be up against Monday Night Football, whether that be at the college level or the NFL ranks, of course, because a week from tonight is the College Football Playoff National Championship game. I'll have live watch-along reactions live on YouTube. Then, and then in 2 weeks' time, the first ever Monday Night Football playoff game to end the wild card round in 2 weeks' time. So, pump fake by Ben over the middle, caught by Ray McLeod. He takes a big hit at the end of that, but still able to hold on to it. And another first and goal for the Steelers inside the 5. Got to punch it in now. Extend this lead. No, but we'll, I guess, catch up on that coming up at halftime as well. So, normally, you know, I would have already said my piece, and then, you know, we're on to, you know, everything here tonight with what's to come still. I mean, it seems like it's been an alright show, but of course, Steelers are on Monday Night Football. It's Ben's final home game, it seems like. So my attention, of course, is on that. But incomplete in the end zone, second goal. Austin, 3:16 to play in this first half. Both teams all 3 timeouts remaining. Steelers trying to punch it in, extend the lead. 7-0, your score. Yeah, go to Freiermuth. Run the damn football, too. Because that was one thing that helped out Ben this year, too. Even the last year and the year prior. You know, when they brought in Eric Ebron and then drafting Pat Fryermuth, you thought Penn State, pump fake and then a little too high, no penalty. 3rd and goal for the Steelers. And now I got another injured Cleveland Brown. But, yeah, hopefully he's okay. He's holding his knee. Probably a good no call. I mean, they're probably going to say uncatchable. Well, maybe a little bit at the end of that. I don't know. Yeah. So it looks like they'll take a TV timeout. Probably a missed call. A little bit of a defensive hold, but at the same time, probably a good no call, to be honest with you. Both defenders then ran into each other, and the one who's down took a shot to the knee, to his right knee. He has to be in some pain right now. Hopefully he's okay. Yeah, see if they can punch it in here and extend this lead. But all right, now that we've taken an injury timeout and, you know, still coming at halftime, we'll first have sets and scores, recap and preview the NFL, take a look at the playoff standings. Talked about Ray McLeod a minute ago, or Mysterio McLeod. Speak of the devil on Monday Night Raw. Ray and Dominic Mysterio backstage in the locker room, cutting a promo. Earlier, though, as mentioned, I mean, we did get into it a little bit, but not much. Coming off of day one, following Brock Lesnar winning the WWE Championship over the champion Big E, as he pinned him 1, 2, 3, and won gold once again here in the new year, 2022 now. Hopefully everyone had a happy holiday, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Yeah, Brock Lesnar's your new WWE champion. They had announced earlier that he was going to kick off the show, which he did. That was followed, of course, by a video package recap from what happened on Saturday night, as they're going to have pay-per-views, premium live events, they're going to call them now, I guess, on both Saturday and Sundays this year. So we'll have to take a look at the schedule there to see, you know, when events are going to be taking place. Yeah, in the meantime, as always, I'll have live watch longer action, so just be sure to tune back in. Lesnar was supposed to kick off the show. He did. We're going to have to hold off again on this. I can't even get past a few times now saying Brock Lesnar kicked off the show. 3rd down and goal for the Steelers from the 4. 3:11 to play in the half. Steelers on top by 7. 7-0. Blew it. He said, "Hut." Oh, he has Gentry wide open. Incomplete. He saw him a little too late. Had Zach Gentry coming over the middle, wide open in the end zone, right at the goal line there. And yeah, I saw him late, and he threw it behind him, and it fell incomplete. So 4th and goal, and here comes Boswell for a field goal. Jeez, if he would have been looking his way, well, he still might not have got in because Cleveland was right there with 2 defenders to bring him down if he was to catch it anyway. So here comes Boswell for chip shot field goal. This is officially from old extra point range, about 20 yards, officially 22, and the kick is up and good. So with 3:03 to play in the first half, the Steelers now lead the Browns 10-0. 10-0 your score. Cleveland will get the ball back, so they do capitalize off the interception. Unfortunately, rather than 6 make it 7, it's only with 3, but that's still 3 points. So Steelers 10-zip on top of the Brownies, as Ben now going to try to stay warm on the sideline and put some sweatpants and a coat on over his uniform. So, yeah. 1st and goal, and you can't punch it in for a touchdown. You got to settle for a field goal. That's pretty pathetic. Points are points, so you take them. Kicks up and good. 10-0. So, Let's go Steelers as a Blair Zombie Nation. Should be saying we are Penn State. And we still are Penn State, but a tough loss on Saturday Outback Bowl against the Hogs as Arkansas ends the season on a high compared to Penn State. But talk about Penn State, or like I said, in Friarmuth, who they drafted this past year in the draft. And be sure to also go check out my NFL draft and Pro Football Hall of Fame vlog as well. As the draft was in Cleveland, went to Cleveland to witness one of the days of the draft, and then went and visited the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton afterwards. So yeah, be sure to check out that vlog. But no, ever since, Heath Miller had retired, they were, even with Jesse James, another Penn Stater, missing that, and then he, goes off and signs elsewhere. They, I feel Ben's missed his check down over the middle, and they're getting back to running the football, continuing to play good defense, get your playmakers the ball in space, but then, having that check down in your tight end to get the football to if you need to. So, 1st and 10 from the 21, Darnus Johnson. But then they also got to hope the Jaguars beat the Colts, and then that the Charger-Raider Sunday night finale does not end in a tie. If that happens, Pittsburgh's in the playoffs. From the 23, 2nd and 8, Mayfield rolling out near side, and Cameron Hayward, as TJ Watt actually catches it, his brother Derek Watt actually catches it out of bounds. Hayward was on the run there and had Mayfield on the run and forced the throw away incomplete. 3rd and 8. Now, why is Nick Chubb on the sideline? Even with Darnus Johnson in the game at running back, why aren't you working both of them? From the 23, 3rd down and 8. And more pressure. Mayfield steps up, spins. Marcus Allen runs them down, but then Mayfield completes it. Jarvis Landry for a 1st down. Cleveland will have a 1st and 10 after a 10-yard pickup, but that will take us to the 2-minute warning. With 2 minutes to play in this first half tonight on Monday Night Football. The final Monday night regular season game of the year. But the next last Monday night game of the year. Because we'll have, in 2 weeks, the Monday night wildcard game. But it is also, what looks to be, Ben Roethlisberger's final home and potential with the regular and postseason game to be played for him here tonight at Heinz Field. So, commercial break, 2 minutes to play. Get back to it here in a minute. Cleveland going to try to do something before half. And then they'll also get the ball to begin the second half. So, see what happens. But, 2 minutes to play. First half, Steelers on top by 10-0. And, okay, since we have a minute for the time being, back to WWE Monday Night Raw. Lesnar was supposed to kick off the show. He did. Of course, this is all after the then, now, Forever Together WWE opening video package and the recap from day one in which he won the title, defeating Big E, Seth Rollins, Kevin Owens, and Bobby Lashley in the process of doing so. Lesnar kicked off the show. The lights went out. And the wise man himself, now back to being an advocate, Paul Heyman, was in the ring. So it looks like they're back together as a duo. But of course, you still have, because they didn't get to have the match because of Roman Reigns testing positive for COVID. We were supposed to have the Fatal 4-Way WWE Championship match, but that turned into a Fatal 5-Way. Lesnar was inserted because we were supposed to have Reigns-Lesnar for the Universal title. But that didn't happen on Saturday. So it'll be interesting to see how they, play it out, because they could have a champion versus champion match and unification. Reigns, what I would think would win come Mania if they would do that. But at the same time, it looks like they're going towards Brock Lesnar, Bobby Lashley, and then that leads me to what they have advertised for the main event tonight on Raw. It's a fatal 4-way, number one contender match now for the WWE Championship, with Big E, Seth Rollins, Kevin Owens, Bobby Lashley. The original 4 who were in the fatal 4-way before it was made a fatal 5-way, just hours before the show for the WWE title on Saturday at day 1, with Lesnar being inserted and then winning the championship. So that's still to come. Coming up next, it looks like, along with AJ Styles and Almost, set to do battle in singles action, and then all the other fillers they've announced, already had, or still yet to have had, played out tonight. I believe I said that right. If I didn't, who cares at this rate. Big third down for the Browns once again coming up. Only 4 things advertised. Got a United States Championship rematch from last week on Raw coming up next. Damian Priest, Dolph Ziggler, AJ Styles, Almost, and then everything else that they've added in as fillers, whether it's already happened or not. That's Monday Night Raw in a nutshell to this point, and with what's sort of still to come. So now that I got that out of the way, we can get back to the number one thing tonight, Monday Night Football, Browns Steelers. Prior to the snap, false start, so make it third and longer for Cleveland. Minute 40. And 3 timeouts still, down 10. Yeah, Mayfield not looking good. We'll have first half stats and scores come with the half, so stay tuned. From the 30, 3rd and 11 officially. And Mayfield, 4-man rush, gets hit as he got rid of it by his own center, because that's how much of a force the push was from the Steeler defensive line up front. And boom. But then it was caught, and it's first down by Cleveland. Donovan Peoples-Jones on the reception. Dearness Johnson on the run there, 2nd down and 10. They got to go. They still got 3 timeouts. I don't know why, right around midfield here. Why you're not calling one to save yourself some time. They're going to let the clock roll. We got 2nd down and 10 from the 46. Mayfield near side. It's caught. Jarvis Landry. 7-yard reception. Be 3rd and short. Gets out of bounds as well, so clock stops 49 seconds. And, they still got 3 timeouts. So if they can do something here, do something early 3rd quarter, a whole new ball game. This is a big drive right now for Cleveland, no doubt about it. Yep. From the 40, 3rd down and short. And Mayfield pump fakes a few times, and then TJ Watt from behind takes him down once again on their sack. Timeout, Steelers, timeout. There's about a 5-second differential between the game clock and play clock. Clock stops, so somebody call a timeout. Cleveland's going to have to punt. And Pittsburgh can get the ball back with time and 2 timeouts, if they did call timeout there, which I believe they did. And that sack knocks them out of field goal range, so they're going to have to punt. Even if they didn't get the first down, they were still going to have to punt. Because you're not going to kick it from the 40. You might go for it, but yeah, Steelers call timeout. Ben going to have 43 seconds, a little less than that, once this punt gets up and away. But the Browns, I mean, good drive there. Another sack. T.J. Watt's going to end the season with 20-plus sacks. So, once again, if that's not defensive player of the year, I don't know what is. Along with everything else he's done. In fewer games than everybody else because he's missed a few due to injury. Okay, they advertise what's to come a little bit next week. And surprisingly, the NFL, late last night after Sunday Night Football, announced the doubleheader for Saturday and what's going to be Sunday Night Football. You know, they had said they'd officially announced everything after Week 17 was over, so that'd be after tonight, but at least neither of these teams have to play on a short week once again. But okay, Pittsburgh going to have 2 timeouts, good portion of the field to go, about 80 yards, and 34 seconds. 1st and 10 here for the black and gold, officially from the 19. They'll run it. Najee Harris up the middle, 2 yards. Another timeout, maybe stop the clock again, 28 seconds, and let it roll. I'd call a timeout. I mean, you got a few plays. Just get in field goal range. Browns actually call a timeout. Okay. Because, hell, they could still get the ball back if Pittsburgh doesn't get a first down. Yeah. Get a decent return maybe with no time left. Maybe you have a play to heave it. Yeah. Why not? You can't take them into the second half. I mean, you'll have 3 new ones, but you can't take these 3 you have in this first half into the second half, so you might as well use them. Yeah. So 2nd down and about 8 from the 20. Empty set, 5 wide. Just don't turn it over. Whatever you do, do not turn the ball over. Dump off, complete Deontay Johnson near side. Don't get out of bounds either, unless, well, he does. You have a 3rd down, so the Browns are going to get to keep a timeout here. I mean, if you get a first down, okay. And you want to go in and be up 10, that's fine. But I think if you get a first down, you'd also, with 2 timeouts yourself, also want to be in a hurry to do something. You know, you call one of them, new set of downs, go from there. I mean, you got another, with 22 seconds, you get a first down here. For the most part, you got a whole new set. 1, 2, 3, 4 downs. If you play it right. So from the 22 and completing the flat to Frymuth, he will get the first down and also get out of bounds. So they'll get to keep the 2 timeouts with 17 seconds. Crowd wanted a late hit. Flag does fly. They might get an extra 15 yards on top of it. See what the Zebras have to say here. After the play was over, personal foul. Unnecessary roughness on the defense. Tack on 15 yards, automatic first down for the Steelers. So they should be out around midfield. With 2 timeouts and 17 seconds, if you don't get in field goal range, you get a field goal now before halftime. I mean, come on, man. Yeah. Exactly. Ball at the 45. 1st and 10. Blue 20. Blue 20 shot. And Ben complete near side, and Frymuth gets the hell out of bounds again at midfield. Way to be aware. Officially, 4-yard gain will be 2nd and 6 with 12 seconds. Boswell tying his shoe. Getting ready. Just get him another... I'd like 20 yards, but you can get him 15 yards. Bring him on for a field goal. I mean, you got 12 seconds and 2 timeouts, though. I mean, that's still... I mean, 12 seconds is 2 plays. But 12 seconds and 2 timeouts, that's, you know, a few more if you're lucky enough. If you're quick about it. 2nd down and 6. Ben going to step up, take a deep shot down the far side. And like I said, don't turn it over. It was almost picked off. 10 for him and McLeod. So that took about 5 seconds. You got 7 seconds and 2 timeouts. Why don't you call one of those 2 timeouts, make sure you're set, get ready, run what you're going to run, You need 15 yards for sure now. You need 15 yards. Or excuse me, that was a 10 for Deontay Johnson. McLeod was also there. But you definitely need 15 yards now to get in Boswell field goal range here. Because if not, you're going to heave it. Hopefully they can get a field goal out of this after everything. Play clock winding down. Call timeout. You got 2 of them. Or the Browns actually call a timeout. All right. No doubt about it. They show Ben walking into Heinz Field, running through the tunnel to begin the game. Yeah. 18 years. Blink of an eye. You can tell he was emotional. "18 years is, also how long it is from when you're born to when you become adult. At least so they say. But, yeah. He's given a lot to the Steelers. 3rd and 6. You got 7 seconds. 6. Got to step up. Here's your final play. 3, 2, 1. It's picked off. Clock rolls out, expires. They tackle him, though. And neither team gets anything out of all that. So, well, I said don't turn it over. You do, but even with that and the clock expires, the Browns going to get the ball to begin the second half down 10. Now they have some momentum to give themselves, hey, we just picked them off. We can do this in the second half, and we can get ourselves back in this ball game. Yeah, maybe a little poor clock management there. I mean, you had 2 timeouts. You could have done a bit more, but not much. Just at least they didn't, of course, return that, for a touchdown or anything. So, yeah. Should have got at least 3 out of that. So we'll see if that comes back and bites them. I mean, the way they're playing on defense, TJ Watt has a few sacks. They should be all right come second half. Honestly, they should. So we'll see what happens. I mean, Ben adding a touchdown and an interception in this first half, in the game in general, with a half to play, and his potential final home game, regular and postseason, potentially. Because like I said earlier, they make the playoffs. They're going to have to go on the road, it looks like, anyway. So, yeah, he's going to add to both those categories, 1 apiece right now, here in the game tonight. As Baker Mayfield is 4-15, 58 yards passing. He has an interception. I mean, that's the difference right now, other than the touchdown, because they capitalized with a field goal off of it. So 10-0 your halftime score. The Steelers on top of the Browns. Roethlisberger's 20-34. They've thrown it 34 times and rushed it 13 times with Najee. They need to be more balanced on offense, but, 13 carries for 71 yards rushing from Najee Harris at halftime, that's good. So I'm going to take it. They don't need to be thrown as much as they are, no doubt about it, but, and would like a little bit more run, be more balanced and consistent, but, hey, if it's working in their favor, they have a lead, then so be it. Do what you got to do, find a way. Steelers on top at the half, 10-0 over the Browns. Baker Mayfield, 4-15, 58 yards passing, interception. Watt, as mentioned, has 2 sacks on him. Roethlisberger's 20-34, 96 yards passing, has a touchdown Deontay Johnson, just threw that pick that ain't going to matter anyway, because his time expired, closed at half, so they couldn't capitalize. Najee Harris has 13 carries, 71 yards rushing. Nick Chubb, 435. And then Jarvis Landry and Donovan Peoples-Jones are the only receivers that have catches from Baker Mayfield. 415 for 58, for Mayfield passing. And 36 of those on 3 catches, Jarvis Landry, and then the other 22 on 1 catch, Donovan Peoples-Jones. Ray McLeod has 3 catches, 23 yards. Pat Fryermuth, 420. He had a few big catches there on that last drive. And you continue to go to him. He is reliable. You get him the ball, he's going to catch it. He's going to get you some yards. And then you find a running game, work that into it as well. Playmakers ball in space. The offense is going to be clicking. It will. Defense playing as good as it is. They're all right. They are. They're looking good tonight. Don't want to get too far of myself, but they're looking all right now at halftime. It could be a little bit better, of course, as always, but I'll take it. I'll take it right now. Just don't, sit on your high horse and let them, get back into this game. You got to keep putting it to them. Pedal to the metal. You got to win out. You got to take care of business. You got to win out and get some help to make the playoffs. So the season's on the line. We'll see how the Steelers fare in the second half when we get back to it. As mentioned, Landry and Peoples-Jones are only receivers who have caught passes from Baker Mayfield. Ray McLeod's 323 receiving, Pat Fryermuth 420. And then Deontay Johnson has 6 catches, 18 yards, and a touchdown. Najee Harris has 3 catches, 18 yards receiving. And Chase Claypool, 3 of 17. So there's balance there from Ben getting the ball out to, for the most part, everybody on offense. And they finally, thank God, thank you. It is the new year. It's 2022, but it's the same season. They've finally found a running game. For the most part, it's got to be more balanced and consistent. We'll see how it fares as well in the second half, especially at home with all the emotion and even momentum. Of course, with Roethlisberger potentially playing his, once again, final home game at Heinz Field as a Pittsburgh Steeler. Come the second half, when they have a lead, we'll see when they need to, if they can run the football. If they can, if you play good defense, they'll be all right. They'll win. Pittsburgh was early a 2-point favorite. However, Cleveland had the better percentage of chance to win, which I don't know how that makes any sense, but that's what the experts were saying. So take that for what it's worth as well. But yeah, at halftime, the Steelers lead the Browns 10-0 here tonight on Monday Night Football. So as Boomer gives us his fastest 3 minutes with a recap from yesterday, we're going to update what happened in the NFL this week 17 as well, along with preview week 18 here in a minute too. But as always, once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below with the thumbs up button, share, hashtag NFL, Browns, Steelers. Got some WWE Monday Night Raw on right now as well. Backstage with a Vince McMahon segment. Once again with his new prodigal son and Austin Theory. So just wait for Shane O'Mac to come back now. But chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. So yeah, links in the description below. Be sure to check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and hit that red subscribe button right here on YouTube. Notification bell next to it as well. Stay up to date as upcoming schedule. We'll have some live watch along reactions on Wednesday night, along with next weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday as well. And then keep an eye on my NFL playoff preview, as that'll be next week sometime before the NFL playoffs do in fact begin a week from Saturday, in which we'll also have live watch-along reactions all playoff season long on the road to Super Bowl 56. That'll be Valentine's Day weekend, Sunday night, February 13th, 2022, from SoFi Stadium out in Southern California. Inglewood always up to no good. Now we got some highlights of the Manning cast from this first half. The Chin, Cower Power, Bill Cower. And then Roger Goodell, and then come second half, they'll have the Steeler fan himself and Snoop Dogg, D-O-double-G himself, and then the current but future blank starting quarterback next year, and Aaron Rodgers. But, so that's where we are. For the most part, there a little bit ago, we updated what happened, or what has happened on the USA Network compared to ESPN here for Monday Night Football with WWE Monday Night Raw. So we're not going to get into that right now. Hold off, and if it's worthy enough to add in later, we will. If not, well, tonight with an hour to go, might be the last of discussing resting tonight, especially with one more half of football left for Ben Roethlisberger at home in Heinz Field as the Pittsburgh Steelers starting quarterback. So we're going to get more into Ben come the second half, at the end of the game. But got to hold on to this lead now. Got to continue to run the football. See if they can run it when they need to, especially with the lead. Just play good defense. Cleveland really hasn't done much, but neither has Pittsburgh really. Both teams have punted a few times. Turnaround downs, time or two apiece. And then, like I said, the difference, Pittsburgh had that one good drive, which resulted in a touchdown. The field goal drive, which was capitalizing off an interception, also probably should have been a touchdown, but they settled for 3. They take the points, so they have a nothing lead here at half. Really, in the last drive, they should have got a field goal or 2 on that as well, but of course they don't. Those are, of all the drives Pittsburgh's had, the top 3 in no particular order. If you want to rank them, you take the touchdown, the field goal, and then to close the half because he threw the pick. But Cleveland's best drive was just prior to halftime there before the second sack, and then of course they have to punt, and then Pittsburgh, gets something rolling there before the drive stalls and the clock expires. We've seen a few penalties on both sides. More bigger penalties on the Browns side of things compared to the Steelers. It's been a few false starts, an offside, illegal shift or motion or 2. But Cleveland had that late hit to keep that last Steeler drive going before the clock expired. And then Clowney, being the clown he is, because it's in his last name, he ripped the shoe off of Chase Claypool and threw it. He didn't hit him with it, but he just threw it. And the refs threw a flag on it. So, I'm sure as the Miz is in the ring with the loss he had on Saturday, day 1, and the Browns being down 10 at halftime here at Night of Monday Football against the Steelers, he's in no mood to talk about anything, but I'm sure he's going to say something. So they'll be continuing that feud, it looks like. So, that was just absolutely perfect. I was not expecting Miz to be in the ring coming back from break, but just had to throw that in because he is a Brown fan. Well, I'm sure, especially the weekend he said, the loss of the Browns eliminated from playoff contention without having played yet this week, mathematically, because, well, you don't take care of business first off, and then you need help, and then, you don't get it. Well, then what do you expect? That's what you take care of business yourself. Do what you got to do. The rest will sort itself out. And then, of course, Pittsburgh being on top right now. So, 10-0, your halftime score. Steelers on top. It looks like we're going to kick off this third quarter here shortly. So, next commercial break, we will recap Week 17, and then also at some point in time, this second half, whether that's right afterwards or at the end of the game, preview what's to come Week 18. The first ever NFL regular season Week 18 next week. So, Steelers on top by 10 here at halftime as we're about to begin the third quarter play. Ben's got another 2 quarters at home and another 6 potentially in his career if, in fact, then they don't make the playoffs. So, let's live it while we can and see if they can win out and get some help. And, like I said earlier, if they can get in the playoffs, riding a heat wave, getting hot right when they need to, take care of business. Who knows where they'll be sitting at the end of the year, you know? But, yeah, this game, third, fourth quarter, run game, stopping the run. That's what I said a minute ago. And yeah, talk about not getting enough credit. Steve Levy, Louis Riddick, and Brian Greasy, arguably the second best broadcast team behind Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, in my opinion. Every day. Same old. Hopefully it's not the same old come second half here for the Steelers and, you know, we go to Heart Attack City. But with a 10-0 lead, you know, not necessarily having nothing but a good time just yet, but you got to keep it going, got to keep it moving, you know. So this crowd's really going to get into it. I can guarantee that. But Nick Chubb back in. Yeah, I said it earlier, you know, because why was he on the sideline? Even with Dearness Johnson, why don't you run both of them? They get back to Chubb, 4 yards for him there, be second down. But, yeah, so, I mean, I guess that's just where we're at, you know, just the Browns have had 24 straight losses after trailing by 8+ points, and that losing streak dates back to 2018, the same year the Browns and Steelers tied to begin the season. So hope to God this game does not end in a tie either, because a loss and or a tie tonight or next week for the Steelers means they're eliminated. They got to win out and get some help to make the playoffs. From the 38, out of the eye, Mayfield going to hand off. And about a 5-yard run to the 43. It'd be third and 2. So, about a minute or so in this third quarter. See if the defense get off the field. Watch TJ Watt. Top of your screen. Out of the gun. 2 top, 2 bottom of your screen. Mayfield going to step up, and it's Cam Hayward along with Isaiah Loudermilk taking him down on the sack. Cam Hayward on the sack. So now Mayfield's been sacked 3 times. Uno, dos. Make it trace. And believe me, that was tough for me because I don't speak Spanish. But I know those 3 numbers. Everything else, numbers, words, yeah, no. You can go south of the border if you want to talk like that. 4th and 4, Browns on the punt. And from the 16 on the return. Not a 6-yard return, all right. They still need to step up, like I said earlier, in the special teams aspect in the return game, no doubt about it. But they'll 1st and 10, ball around the 20 when we return with a 10-point third quarter lead. So, of course, like to add a few more points, like touchdowns compared to field goals. But if you got to settle for 3, so be it. Just don't allow them to get back in this game and, you know, make it close. Don't blow it, because, you know, that would not be a good way to go out this season and for their career. But the defense, like I said, playing good. They are. I mean, they're pitching a shutout right now. That speaks for something. If only the offense can be more consistent in what they do. I get every once in a while you're going to punt, no doubt about it. But when it just always seems like you got one thing going for you, and then, you take a step back, it's like, come on, man, what the hell? What are you doing? So, we'll see if they can keep that one good thing going and add on to it even more. If it comes down to it, the one Steeler game, talking about Ben Roethlisberger throughout his career, that I have ever attended, it was just prior to the last Steelers Super Bowl win. And Ben actually went down with an injury in that game. Came back in the playoffs, and of course they won the Super Bowl. But they shut out the Browns at home to close out the regular season. So we'll see if history repeats itself as they show a highlight of the Immaculate Reception. And now back to it. 1st and 7 from the 22. Want you to run 22. Rock the Naj and run Najee Harris. You drafted in the first round this past year for a reason. Ben going to fake the toss, roll out near side, and it'll be a little high and complete at the 40, intended for Deontay Johnson, incomplete, 2nd down and 10. A bullet of a pass from Roethlisberger. Let's go Ben chants from the crowd. Let's go Ben. Hand off Najee Harris. And he's out past the 40. Boom. Nice big stiff arm. And sit your ass down. To midfield. 1st and 10. Steelers. Broke one tackle. Stiff arm. That was Derrick Henry-esque on a Tuesday night last year to the Bills. And Najee Harris here tonight, and, well, year and a half or so later, one season later, but 2 years later, early 2022, does the same thing to the Browns here tonight on Monday Night Football. He now has over 100 yards rushing tonight, and he has surpassed Franco Harris for most rushing yards by a rookie in Pittsburgh Steelers history. So, I mean, future's bright for the Rook. And hopefully they continue to rock the Naj and run 22. I mean, he wears 22, so, I mean, you start there. Like I said, once again, with Ben at quarterback, if they have this type of running game and they're still continuing to play good defense, he can play another year or two. This doesn't have to be it. But that's on him. If he wants to hang it up, call it quits, that's his decision, not mine. Not any of ours. 2nd down, and make it, 13-14 now after a loss there. Just continue to run the football. Eventually you're going to break one, just like you just did. Okay? But it all starts up front. Yeah, they've had some issues with the offensive line this year, no doubt about it. But a few yard tackle for loss there. He's 2nd down. And Ben, quick pass far side, complete by Deontay Johnson. 3rd and medium. 11 to play in the 3rd quarter. Steelers still on top by 10-0 here. Still got to recap and preview week 17 and 18, but Now third down here for the Steelers from 46. That's offside. You got a free play. He's going to go deep. Near side, and it'll be incomplete. Claypool has the football, though. How the hell did he not catch that? He just came up with the football. They say offsides, though, so they'll get another down out of this. It'll be 3rd and 3.
He's getting them flinching every single time. And every squiggly line you draw, I'm thinking about John Madden, right? Doesn't get credit. Everybody talks about the video game with John Madden. The first to really use the telestrator. It was cool seeing something that when they brought back some of the old drawings. I mean, he was drawing stuff about the tools on the sidelines. I mean, he was the best. He do the Gatorade bath.
After the penalty, 3rd and 3 from the 41. We go back to your tight end, Fryermuth. Come back, far side, complete to Deontay Johnson. 1st and 10, Steelers. Let's go from the 31, 1st and 10. Ben out of the gun, hands off. Najee Harris. Najee to the 26 for 5. 2nd down and 5. Run the ball and work the clock. You have a lead in the second half. I mean, you score a touchdown here again with what Cleveland has not done. You're going to put this game out of reach for them. Going into the 4th and final quarter play here before too long. But it's still a 60-minute game. You still got to go play this final quarter and a half. 2nd down from the 26. 2nd and 5. Ben steps up, gets rid of it. Complete to Ray McLeod. He gets a Steeler 1st down. Pushed out of bounds around the 15. They'll mark him at the 14. Be 1st down and 10. They got 8 shots to punch it in now. Can't settle for 3. But if you got to settle for 3, okay, so be it. You got to punch it in and score 6. Let's go. And Ben pump fakes near side over the middle, caught, and then a big hit dropped. 10 for Deontay Johnson, incomplete. 2nd down 10. And Ben will fake the give. Incomplete, near side, a little too high for Ray McLeod. Yeah, that one sailed a little bit. Incomplete. 3rd and 10. Why are you running the damn football? Run the damn ball. Yeah, he walks in.
This RPO system with Matt Canada, he's reading those safeties. 2 safeties in there, he's handing the ball off. 1 safety, he's going to keep it for 3rd and 10.
Ben, complete to Fryermuth, and he gets 2, maybe 3 yards. So they get inside the 20 again. Whether it's goal to go or 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 10, now 4th and about 7, they can't punch it in. They got to settle for 3. And eventually, especially if you allow them to come back, you know, this might come back to bite you. Yeah, Boswell's good for 1 tonight. Chip shot. This officially going to be about 30 yards out, yeah. And the kick's up and good. So the Steelers now lead it 13-10 with 8:20 to play in this 3rd quarter. Kicks up and good. 13-0. And You know, just can't always settle for 3. Take the points, though. It's better than a 7-0 lead because if they don't have those 2 field goals, that's where they're at. And Cleveland's, 1 play away from tying this game up. Now it's a 2-score game, as it just was. I mean, if you can, at this rate, now you have the 2 field goals. Touchdown, even a field goal, I would think, I'd feel safe saying, put this game out of reach. Especially going into the fourth quarter, defense playing the way they are. 13, 16, 20 points is going to be enough to win you this game. So, we'll see if it is, once we get a final score. But defense just continue to have to play great, play Steeler defense, get the ball back. Get a few sacks, turn it over too, but yeah, get the offense the ball back. Get some rhythm, momentum build up. And how eerie would it be if Ben actually, rather than having already thrown for a passing touchdown tonight, as he's done numerous times at Heinz Field in his career, what if he'd run one in to seal it, or throw one to seal it, to close this game out and give the black and gold another win, to get 8-7-1 when they really probably already should be 8-7, but they also could be 7-8 because that tie is not a win and it's not a loss, it's a tie. Which I still don't know how the hell it happened, but it did. So they're 7-7-1, but they're in this situation now. They got to win out and get some help, and if they can, they're going to be in the playoffs. Yeah, they haven't lost since the end of September at home, and it was in back-to-back games against the Raiders and Bengals. They have not lost at home since then. They tied mid-November, but that's not a loss, it's a tie. But it ain't a win, no either. So, Browns on the return. And, big hit of 25. 1st and 10, Cleveland from there. So, yeah, they're a better team at home than they are on the road. Because they have not won on the road since they went to Cleveland on Halloween and won. So if they do, once again, get in the playoffs, if they went out and get some help, make the playoffs. Like I said, this is probably the last home game of the season anyway, regular or postseason, come playoff time. Because they're going to have to go on the road as a wild card, as the 6 or 7 seed for the most part. Maybe the 5 if they get lucky enough, if the Patriots will win the East because they have a head-to-head against Buffalo. But then that tie would hurt them, so they'd still be, a game back. But they have the head-to-head, though, too. Tiebreakers are going to come into it. And that's, with the Week 18, scenarios for the playoffs, depending on how you look at it, because it is helping, but it's also hurting them. So, right now, they just need to win this game and win next week and get some help, and they're in. If that happens, they're in. So, starts now. It started a couple hours ago, but it will continue to start now. Continue to roll on. Mayfield going to hand off. Nick Chubb, he gets a first down to the 40. 1st and 10, Cleveland. So 7.5 to play in this third quarter. Steelers on top by 13. 13-0. Your score. And once again, thank you for tuning in and listening.
You see, typical North and South. People don't want to tackle Nick Chubb. You don't want to hit him too many times. He starts getting going downhill.
And 1st and 10, they hand off again. Nick Chubb on the run. Nice big stiff arm from him. And then a spin move before he gets brought down on a gang tackle there by Edmonds, Spillane, Hayward, Sutton, even Miles Killebrew. Yeah, these running backs, I wouldn't want to be a defender right now, getting my face mask stiff-armed. Right to the fucking ground. Sit your ass down too, buddy. Yeah. Second down from the 43. Ball's deflected. TJ Watt gets a hand up and knocks it down. Is almost picked off. And now he's talking trash to Baker. Baker blows him a kiss. He's coming for him. So get ready, Baker. Your ass is going to be sacked again here shortly. We'll send you back home so you can do your Progressive commercials again. He's going to sack him a few more times tonight, and he's going to pick him off here shortly. 3rd down and 7. Out of the gun. And Mayfield running for his life, and guess who's there? TJ Watt and Mayfield. Yeah. Your scaredy pants decide to slide, and 4th down, now you got a punt. Hearing footsteps, are you? I hear. I see. Four-man pressure, and then, yeah, he decides to run, and then Watt spins, and he's right there to bring him down. But he slides because he didn't want to get hit. You got to give credit to Baker Mayfield, though. I mean, he's battled a ton of injuries this year. But he still has turned the ball over too many times. And talk about being consistent, he's not. You know? Muffed punt by the Steelers. Fall on it, Ray. Okay, he does. Back at the 6. That could have been dangerous right there. Shit. Could have been costly. Could have been a Brown 1st and goal inside the 10 if they would have recovered. The Steelers do 1st and 10 when we come back. Pittsburgh on top by 13. 13-0 your score here midway through the 3rd quarter tonight on Monday Night Football. But Week 17 began yesterday. We had a full slate of games because there's no more Thursday night. But we'll have a doubleheader next weekend on Saturday, and then all next Sunday before the playoffs, next Sunday night after Sunday Night Football. The format, the bracket, will be revealed with who's in and who's out. And we'll get to the playoff standings here in a minute. But, yeah, Week 17 here. Early January 2022. Hopefully everyone had a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Steelers lead the Browns by 13-0. However, yesterday, the Buffalo Bills circled the wagons and beat and eliminated the Atlanta Falcons from playoff contention as well, 29-15. The Giants, 29-3 winners, the Bears, got that wrong. Chicago Bears, 29-3 winners over Big Blue, the New York Football Giants. Probably the best game of the day yesterday. It was Cincinnati winning, come from behind and doing so, and kicking another game-winning field goal to win, and then also win the AFC North as well, defeating the Kansas City Chiefs by a final score of 34-31. With that Chief loss and the Titans 34-3 win over the Dolphins, also eliminating them from playoff contention. Tennessee's now the 1 seed in the AFC playoffs, but that's not official as of yet with 1 week to go. However, Tennessee does have a head-to-head win over the Chiefs. So if they win, they're going to be the 1 seed. If they lose and Kansas City wins, then Kansas City will be 1. But and how there's even teams, behind them in both the AFC and NFC. For the most part, both are set. 11 of the 14 teams have clinched. Really you have 2 spots left in both the AFC and NFC. It's just going to depend on who those 2 teams are in both conferences. But back to it here. 1st and 10 for the Steelers from the 5. Run it. Yeah. Run 22. Rock the Naj. Najee to the 9 for 4 yards. Also yesterday, speaking of game-winning field goals, the Raiders have now won 3 in a row. And they're in a win-and-in situation next week, both them and the Chargers. Whoever wins Sunday Night Football is going to be in the playoffs. Unless, of course, they would tie. Because if they tie and the Steelers win out and the Jags beat the Colts and that game ends in a tie, Pittsburgh still doesn't get in. So Pittsburgh needs to win out, hope for a Colt loss, and hope to God that Raider-Charger game does not end in a tie. But they tied the Lions, so who knows? That's why they play the games. On side on paper, side on the field. The team can win, lose, or they can tie each other. Another run up the middle for Najee Harris. It'll be 3rd down for the Pittsburgh offense here. 4:09 to play in this 3rd quarter. Up 13-0 on top of the Brownies. Be 3rd down and officially 3. No, but the Raiders won on game-winning field goal yesterday. Back in the Midwest, where they were just a few weeks ago on Monday afternoon, defeating the Browns also on a game-winning field goal. They beat the Colts 23-20. Ben gonna go down the sack. No, that's forward progress to the 1. That's no safety. See where they've spotted at, but Pittsburgh gonna have to punt. So here we go again. You know, they score. Next drive they have to punt. 2 field goals. Falling, well, they don't have anything to show for on offense. They just have to give it up again. They punt. Gonna have to here. His knee's down at the half-yard line. Right there. That's not a safety. Yeah, Corliss Waitman in for Presley Harvin from the back of his end zone. Gets it up and away, but from the 44 on the return, bring them down, tackle them. They do. Derek Watt, along with Benny Snell, tackling Donovan Peoples-Jones on the return. That was almost blocked. That was almost a disaster because that's a block in the end zone. That's a recovery. Yeah, it's either a touchdown or a safety. And that's no running or roughing into the punter either because they didn't hit him. So somehow he got that up and away. I don't know how the hell he kicked that, but he did. And now Cleveland can have the ball around midfield 1st and 10. So we'll see what they can do when we come back. But yeah, as mentioned, the Raiders have won 3 in a row. They're now 9-7. They win next week. They're in the playoffs, as are the Chargers, because they play each other on Sunday Night Football. But yeah, the Raiders won 23-20. Speaking of the Chargers, they beat the Broncos yesterday as well, 34-13. Had a few teams put up 50-plus on opponents. First with the Patriots defeating the Jaguars, 50-10. The Seahawks, 51-29 winners over the Lions. The Lions are way better than their record shows, no doubt about it. But even with 29 points in your favor, it still wasn't enough because you allowed 51. So, yeah, Seahawks beat the Lions 59-21. Eagles sweep the Washington football team, formerly known as Redskins, here this year. They just played a few weeks ago. They played for the 2nd time in 3 weeks yesterday. As they met on that Tuesday night, remember, after the postponement. They won then. They won yesterday too, 20-16. And then talked about Antonio Brown a little bit ago, earlier, after he had his, I don't even know what the hell you want to call that, happened to him on the sideline. That's unraveling, as we actually see in the meantime, a Man in the Arena Tom Brady commercial for his docu-series that's continuing on ESPN+. And, you know, last year as a Buck with Antonio Brown, they won the Super Bowl. And then, you know, he's back again this year, battled injuries, but, you know, like I said earlier, 4 teams with Pittsburgh, then Oakland, but the Raiders, And the Raiders are going to be the Raiders regardless of where they're located at, whether it's Oakland, LA, back in Oakland, or Vegas. They're the Raiders. They're the silver and black Raiders who just win, baby. Hell, even the Patriots and Bucks, Antonio Brown, can't. Even with, as Mayfield completes Donovan Peoples-Jones, and then Minka going to bring him down from behind, Joe Hayden right there to lower the shoulder too. Big first down for the Browns, all first and goal. As that play happens, the main event of Monday Night Raw about to kick off, the fatal four-way number one contender match to determine the new number one contender for the WWE Championship. Brock Lesnar has once again won. It'll be Big E, Seth Rollins, Kevin Owens, and Bobby Lashley. We'll digress on recapping here real quick. First and goal for the Browns from the 9. 2.5 to play in the third quarter. Handoff Nick Chubb. Tackled by TJ Watt. Be second goal at the 4. No, but, honestly, who's going to want him? He's a diva. He's a drama queen. He has a major problem. He has something going up in his head that I don't think any of us would want to be a part of right now, or at all in general. He needs locked up is what he needs. He needs some serious help. Second goal, from the 4 after that Nick Chubb run. They hand off to Chubb again for a yard. So it'll be third and goal from the 3. But no, he walked out on him, midway through the third quarter yesterday. Throwing a hissy fit. I guess that's what you call it. Ripped off his jersey. Threw some of his uniform into the crowd and then ran off. At first they thought he was a streaker, which he wasn't, just a player running off the field into the locker room. Third and goal, pass complete from Mayfield to David Njoku, touchdown Cleveland. With under a minute to play in the third quarter, the Browns are going to cut the lead and they're coming back. So 3-yard touchdown from Mayfield to David Njoku. 13-6, pending the upcoming extra point, which you kick to make it a 6-point deficit, because then a touchdown will win it for you if you hold them to nothing. Even if you'd go for 2, don't get it, you're still down a touchdown. But if you get it and then score, you're, still making them kick a game-winning field goal. So you kick it here. And that kick's going to be up and good. So Browns cut it to 6 with 56 seconds to play in the third quarter. It is now 13-7 Steelers. 13-7 Steelers with officially 15:56 to play here tonight. If you want to count the fourth quarter, that's 56 seconds away. So the Steeler offense going to have to do something. Continue to run the football. See if they can when they need to. Get a few first downs. Work the clock. Defense going to have to make some plays, though. Once Cleveland gets back out on their offense, no doubt about it. So Cleveland finally on the board with 6. Make it 7 with the extra point up and good. 13-7 Steelers with under a minute to play in the third quarter. Steelers are going to get the football back here. He threw all his shit off. Ran off the field. Peace sign. Said I'm out here. Ran through the tunnel. And he's no longer a Buck, but they haven't cut him yet. Because they're still trying to figure out how to do that so they don't get sued. But they still came back and won without him. So who needs Antonio Brown on their team when you can win without him? Because Brady, once again, defeated the New York Jets. Bucks 4-point win, 28-24 over Gang Green. The Ravens, who the Steelers play next week, these Browns will host the Bengals. All divisional games week 18, as it always is. But rather than week 17 for the final week season, it's now week 18, as we're wrapping up week 17 here with the expanded regular season for the biggest season ever in NFL history. Touchback on the kick, 1st and 10 Steelers from the 25. As they show, and I was going to get to this a little bit later on, but I guess since they're showing it, we can get to it now. Most wins by a quarterback at a single venue. Ben's right now in 4th place, but with a win tonight, he can tie Brett Favre for 3rd all-time with 98 wins at Heinz Field, tying Favre's 98 at Lambeau. But then, of course, John Elway with the Broncos and then Tom Brady with the Patriots are ahead of both. From the 25, 1st and 10, so that's damn good company for Roethlisberger to be a part of. Among a few other things that, of course, we're going to get to a little bit later on. So a handoff, looks like no gain on the play. We got a penalty, though, on the play. See what the Zebras say after this huddle. And maybe a face mask or a horse collar. Yeah, he grabbed the hole in the side of the ear. They're going to pick up the penalty. No foul on the play. Probably the right call because there wasn't. I mean, the crowd's going to boo it, but that's where we are. It's exactly where we are. So 2nd down and 9 from the 26. Main event of Raw to kick off. Fatal 4-way number 1 contender match for the WWE Championship. Winner face Brock Lesnar through a Rumble. It'll probably be Bobby Lashley. They'll do that early at the Rumble, and then they'll do the champion versus champion match with Lesnar and Reigns at Mania, and then unify the titles and have Reigns win it all, if I had to guess. But it's the 4 that were supposed to be in the Fatal 4-way, but then they made it a Fatal 5-way because of Reigns getting COVID. So no Universal Championship match. Rather than a Fatal 4-way WWE Championship match, Fatal 5-way. And Lesnar's new champ. He kicked off the show. Main event, it's Big E, Seth Rollins, Kevin Owens, and Bobby Lashley. Winner face Lesnar at the Rumble for the title. After the incompletion, 3rd and 9 for the Steelers. And we're going to have a timeout called. Play clock winding down. So they'll have 2 remaining with 15 seconds to go in the 3rd and another full 4th. As they'll show us the playoff picture, both AFC and NFC, but we're going to get more into that a little bit later on. Finish recapping Week 17, preview Week 18 momentarily as well. Then get into the playoff picture. So just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. But Pittsburgh's got to win out and get some help. Just imagine if they don't tie the Lions, or if they beat the Raiders, or at least split with the Bengals, or beat the Packers, or even the Chargers, or the Vikings, or the Chiefs. 2 of those losses, blowout losses, no doubt about it, but everything else, 1-score game. One thing here or there. So here we are. 3rd and 9 into the ground, incomplete. They'll punt to end the quarter. And Cleveland, you go back to interception just before halftime. It took them almost a quarter to capitalize off of it, but they cut the lead. Now they're going to have momentum going in the 4th and final quarter of play here tonight. So, Steelers on to punt. And Waitman kicks it away. Return from the 24. Time should run out on them. 2 seconds. They'll have 2 seconds to run a play here, close the quarter out. So they'll either have another 1st and 10 or 2nd and, whatever to begin the 4th. Unless they, of course, score in this play, which I highly doubt they will. Down 6 13-7, the Browns would be against Steelers here tonight on Monday Night Football. So I'd expect them to run Nick Chubb, run it here.
Listen, these two franchises, the Steelers and the Browns, they're looking at the Bengals. They're not going anywhere. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase are foundational pieces. And that's only one in the AFC North.
And Mayfield actually fakes a give. He's going to go down the sack. Alex Highsmith. 5-yard loss. So that was second and long. Another sack by the Steeler defense. And now as we're about to hit the fourth and final quarter play, a final 15 minutes for Ben Roethlisberger at Heinz Field as a Pittsburgh Steeler. The Steelers have a 6-point lead for him. He doesn't have very long, that's right, but got to hold on to win this game now. I don't care what it's going to take, just find a way to win this game. And if you win next week, as I've been saying, take care of business, sort yourself out. You're not going to need help. But because, you did, but you didn't, now you got to win out, and now you need help. So, you dug yourself a grave, get your ass out of it. Let's, with a 6-point lead, hold on to it. Maybe even end the quarter there, you get a sack. That's momentum for you going in the quarter. Final quarter play. Maybe a defensive score. Maybe a few more sacks. Maybe another turnover. And then the offense capitalizes off that. I don't care. Find a way. Just win. So, yeah, that's where we're at. Really, there's not much else to be said. So, and in the third quarter, you score 13-7 Steelers on top of the Browns. But, the Ravens, who the Steelers play now next week, back to this Week 17 recap, they lost once again. They have not lost they have not won, as they've lost 5 in a row. Not won since the end of November. They went winless in December, and they lost yesterday. And hopefully they'll lose again next week. Ravens right now are sort of what Pittsburgh was at the end of last year. Losing 5 of 6. Well, they've already lost 5. Hopefully it's not 5 of 6 for Baltimore, because that means they'd win next week, and then Steelers wouldn't win out and definitely wouldn't make the playoffs, even if they would get help. Because I could see that happening too. Because it's happened before. That they're supposed to win and get help, but then they lose, yet they still get the help. But then because they didn't win, they're done. So I said, take care of business, you're all right. But, of course, that's not how it's played out this year. They're in this spot. They need to do what they need to do to get out of it. So, whatever it's going to take, find a way. Hold on to this lead now. But, yeah, the Rams beat the Ravens. Another 1-point loss for Baltimore. 20-19, your final score there. The 49ers beat the Texans 23-7. Cardinals 25-22 at Dallas. And then the Saints 18-10 went home over the Carolina Panthers. And Sunday Night Football last night was a blowout. The Packers, having already won the NFC North, clinched number 1 overall seed in the NFC with the win over the Vikings 37-10. So they'll have home field through the playoffs, and the NFC will run through Lambeau Field in Green Bay. The AFC, still for grabs with, like I said earlier, with Tennessee and Kansas City. But to begin the quarter there, big first down for the Browns. Baker Mayfield complete to Austin Hooper, 1st and 10 now at the 46-yard line. And Mayfield now going to hand off to Ernest Johnson. He gets a good 6 yards, but those might be coming back for a hold. He gets to that 48 out past midfield. Yeah, holding 10 yards, they'll replay the down. Be 1st and 20. So this game, once again, going to come down the wire. And, whether or not We were hoping or wishing that we weren't going to be going to Hardtack City, taking another trip for the 17th time. Here this year, well, we are, so get ready. From the 36, 1st and 20 after the hold, empty set 5 wide. Mayfield, pass incomplete far side, intended for Jarvis Landry. Witherspoon on the coverage. I feel this Fatal 4-Way main event on Raw, #1 contender match for the WWE Championship, is the Fatal 4-Way we would have gotten on Saturday without Brock Lesnar. They're just now giving it to us as tonight's main event. I mean, it's still the same match. It's just, whether it's Fatal 4-Way or 5-Way, this match doesn't have Lesnar. He'll probably come out if he hasn't already left. They're on a screen, into the ground on the pass, incomplete, intended for Johnson. Now 3rd and 20, so sack to close the quarter. They got a 2nd and 15. They get a first down, and then they, a play later, get a hold. Now they got a 3rd and 20. Here comes a sack or a turnover. Sack or a turnover or a conversion for a first down for the Browns. Which, the third of those 3 options, yeah, no. Don't want that to happen. Pass incomplete. Almost picked off. Witherspoon on the coverage again. He's played phenomenal. He has. I wouldn't mind bringing him back next year. I don't know what his contract situation is, but I'd bring him back next year. He's good at corner, and he'd be good with, depth. And then he, after the breakup, he's a little slow to get up. Does some, even though it's cold out, not snowing. Some grass, snowflakes, but then he gets up and walks off, excuse me. And then a bad punt by the Browns. It's going to be kicked out of bounds. 1st and 10 Steelers from the 43, it looks like. Only a 21-yard punt. So they had a 4th and 20, and he can't even kick it to get a first down. Oh, my. So Pittsburgh going to get it back with a 6-point lead, 13-7, with 13:36 to go. Win, help, and the Steelers are in the playoffs. They got to hold on to this now. But Week 18 will begin on Saturday. We'll have a doubleheader. Chiefs-Broncos, which that game's questionable of, why it's there. Cowboys-Eagles, Saturday night. I mean, I would have rather saw them put Steelers-Ravens, Cowboys-Eagles, 49ers-Rams, Patriots-Dolphins, Chargers-Raiders, one of those 4 or 5, 2 of those 4 or 5, excuse me, on Saturday for the doubleheader, and then, one of those others to be Sunday Night Football. That is Chargers-Raiders for Game 272, final regular season game of the year. Winner in the playoffs, loser out. But yeah, Week 18 doubleheader on Saturday. Chiefs-Broncos from Mile High, Cowboys-Eagles from the Link in Philly, and then next Sunday with, I believe it's 7 1 o'clock games, and then 6 4 o'clock games on both CBS and Fox, if I'm not mistaken. And then, of course, Sunday Night Football on NBC. We'll have Bengals, Browns, Packers, Lions. We'll see if Aaron Rodgers plays. Bears, Vikings, Washington and New York. Colts, Jaguars. Pittsburgh needs to win out and have the Jags win next week, along with not having the Charger-Raider game end in time. Hopefully that game doesn't get a weather delay to begin it either. As remember, they met early October, and what ended up being John Gruden's final game as the Raider head coach. But remember, there was that weather delay to begin the game because it was raining outside when they were playing inside of a dome. So, yeah, back to that. How much sense does that make? None. But they had an hour weather delay for some unknown reason. Colts, Jaguars, Steelers need to win out, have the Colts lose, and make sure the Chargers, Raiders does not end in a tie. Also next week, Titans, Texans, Saints, Falcons, Jets, Bills, 49ers, Rams, Patriots, Dolphins, Seahawks, Cardinals, Panthers, Bucks, and then Sunday Night Football is, as mentioned, in the AFC West with the Chargers and the Raiders. The Bolts and the silver and black to close out the regular season. Winner in the playoffs. First down and 10 for the Steelers. It was a 10-yard run by Najee Harris. They're going to run again up the middle. And to the 42, he goes for another 6. It'll be 7-4. Yeah, that was an interesting tidbit that they just announced that I, of course, read last week after John Madden passed away. That he was an assistant with the Raiders, of course, before he got the head job. But Chuck Noll had got the Steeler head coaching position and then offered him to come in to be the defense coordinator. If he would have taken that, he would have never became the Raider head coach, because still at the time he was the linebackers coach. But then their head coach at the time left, and then he stayed, and then Al Davis hired him. The Raiders are Al Davis and John Madden. They're the silver and black, and they're going to hope just to win, baby, next week to get into the playoffs. And if they can, on a 4-game winning streak to close out the regular season, watch out for Vegas. I'm telling you. They might, with Derek Carr, their running game and playing good defense, might do something come playoff time. We'll see. But another first down for Pittsburgh. Running Najee Harris. Rocking the Naj. And it all starts up front. Got to be able to block the run. And the run game's been there all night. Hell, he might have over 200 yards rushing by the time the night's done. Keeps it up. I don't know what that play was originally, but they audibled and they ran it. And now 1st and 10 again. Ball for 34. Blue 30. They'll fake it. Claypool on the catch and drop near side, incomplete the 20. Be 2nd down and 10. See a replay of Kevin Owens. Jesus fucking Christ. Taking out everyone as they're fighting into the crowd. He does a flip off of one of the entrances to the floor and takes out Big E, Seth Rollins, and Bobby Lashley. And now he's in the ring, going to go for a frog splash on Lashley, which that connects. And then Rollins with one as well. That connects on Big E, cover and a kick out. Damn good main event. Hashtag fatal 4-way. But 10.5 to play here. I'll digress with wrestling, as mentioned, once again. Yeah. Run the damn ball. Third and 8 for the Steelers here. Probably 44 times too many, but they have run it 23-4. Where's the penalty? No flag? Deontay Johnson slipped and fell. Be 4th and 8. Where are they out on the field? You got to kick it. Here comes Boswell. Yeah, Ben's, 24-45 now, only 123 yards passing. That's a good no call because he slipped and fell. He doesn't slip and fall, that's a penalty. And then Najee Harris has 23 carries, 136 yards rushing, but you only have a 6-point lead. This is going to be from about 50, 51 yards out for Boswell. Officially 50 with 9:51 to play. Kick's going to be up and good, right down Broadway. So make it 16-7 Steelers with 9:45 to go. And it's back to a 2-score game. It's 2 possessions. 9 points is not a touchdown and a 2-point. Cleveland, with little no time left, even with timeouts, 2-minute warning to come, going to have to do a little more than they've done here tonight, coming up here shortly. I mean, it's going to have to be quick. Bobby Lashley wins the Fatal 4-Way, so they're going to do Lesnar-Lashley at the Rumble. And then Lesnar will win. And then they'll go back to Lesnar and Reigns unifying the titles. Just hope to God they don't have Lashley win it. I mean, if they do, I hope to God it's not Goldberg with his 1 match left. If so, have Big E challenge and win it back. Yeah, so Royal Rumble, it'll be Brock Lesnar, Bobby Lashley with the WWE Championship. Who took the pin? Kevin Owens. That sucks. Oh well. I just hope he doesn't regret re-signing, because if they don't do anything with him, not soon, but whenever, it's going to be what's the point? Other than, as he said, so they couldn't refuse the offer, but with family in mind, he resigned. So, no, Cleveland down 9, not 8, not 7, not anything less than that. It's 9 again. They were in sort of a similar situation a couple weeks ago against the Raiders at home right before Christmas. It was 13-7. They came back and remember, and they're going to show Renegade in full. All right. Yeah. Man, it's coming down from those So wave those terrible towels. Yeah. Or they held off, and they're showing the replay of the start of it as it's ongoing, and the Steelers are on the kickoff with a 9-point lead. So, Lesnar, I don't know if that was pre-taped or not, but he's backstage. Going to get an interview, but he's walking on a TV back in the locker room, and now he knows his challenger. But, Renegade with under 10 to play. They've played it twice sometimes, but normally only once. So it'll be the final time for Ben as the Steeler Titans field, it looks like, for Renegade to be played. Defense chants from the crowd. So, touchback on the kick, 1st and 10 from 25. And Nick Chubb on the give. Highsmith on the tackle in the backfield, 2nd and long. Let's go. No, it was similar against the Raiders. It was before they came back, and remember, they won on a game-winning field goal. Because 13-7, and they scored again, took a 1-point lead, 14-13. And then even with the turnovers late to get Cleveland back in the game, Derek Carr still, big sack, boom. Down goes Mayfield again. Jeez. And that was number 48. For the Steelers, and Derek Tuska wearing Bud Dupree's number and looking a lot like Cassius Marsh, But now 3rd and long, 3rd and 18, back to the 17. Mayfield going to step up. That's a hold. That is a hold. Where's the penalty? Penalty comes in. And if he doesn't get it, decline it. It'd be 4th and 6. Well, maybe you do give him another down, so they don't want to go for it. They'll probably punt here anyway. It's a hold, 10 yards, replay the down or decline. It'll be 4th and short, and they punt. 10 yards, make him replay. It'd be 3rd and 28. Yeah, probably the right decision. Because you don't want to give them 4th and 6 and then they convert. And then, that's, what's going to get them back in this game. Yeah, thank you. At least they fucking threw the flag. It took them forever. So back at the 9-yard line. Be 3rd down and 28 for the Browns with 8:42 to play, down 9. So, win this for Ben. Let's go. Yeah, this isn't goodbye. If that's a false start, 3rd and 33. They'll blow it dead. 5-yard penalty. Back them up again. Yep. Yeah, there's a sign there. Yeah, that's a false start. But no, it was, what'd it say? This isn't goodbye, it's I'll see you later. And then, of course, in parentheses, it said in Canton, home Pro Football Hall of Fame, which Ben, no doubt about it, which we're going to get into, some stats and all that shit later. Should be a first ballot Hall of Famer, come 5 years from now. So, taking a few trips out there, might have to make another come early August of, what would it be? 2027, 2028? Yeah. Let's jump around in the 4th quarter. 4th and 28, and they get a yard. Browns on to punt. Defense chance. How about, Ben, you drive them once more, you run the clock, and you score another touchdown. Or if you can just run the clock out, that's enough. 9-point leads, 9-point win. Why don't you block it? Block the punt. No, we got a late whistle. They're going to have to re-kick. And that's a delay of game, so back them up half the distance again. Nothing has gone Cleveland's way tonight. Not a damn thing other than that touchdown in the 3rd quarter to cut it to 6. But Pittsburgh has a 9-point lead here. 7:34 to play, 16-7. Mm-hmm. Cleveland to Pittsburgh. Cleveland to Ben Roethlisberger. It's like your little brother. It is. They do. We all do. 4th and long, and they get the punt up and away. Be fielded at midfield at the 50. How about a return for Aaron McLeod? Spin at the 40, gets to the 37. So another 13-yard return. It's about average. They'll have a 1st and 10. Now Pittsburgh with the timeouts the 3 timeouts that Cleveland has. Pittsburgh only has 2. Remember, they had call one there before the 3rd quarter. Run the football, work the clock, make them call their timeouts. Even with 2-minute warning, 37 yards and 7 minutes, you're probably not going to be able to do that, even if you would get a 1st down and 2. But try to work as much clock as you can and then, get some points on top of it. Field goal is enough. Touchdowns even better. Hell, a 9-point lead's enough right now. But we've seen, craziness before. If you can put it away for good now, do it. So that handoff was Zadonji Harris for 3 yards. 2nd down and 7. And from the 35, they'll run it again. Najee Harris for 4.5, 5 to the 30. Be third and short. Yeah.
He knew Pouncey was not going to play, and he wanted him to go out the right way. And he's apologizing to Pouncey in that moment. And that's that passion, emotion right there. That's what that Roethlisberger's going to do.
Third down and 3. Get first down. Just get first down. If not, kick it. Under 6 to play. And Ben will fake the give. Back near side. Caught and dropped once again by Claypool. Jesus Christ. Incomplete. And here comes Boswell again. Good thing they have a good kicker. Because if, you know, Josh Scobie was still kicking for him, I mean, man, I tell you what. They wouldn't have a pot to fucking piss in. Boswell 3 for 3 on field goal attempts here tonight. This from 48. Kicks up and good. Make it 4 for 4. Steelers 19-7 with 5:48 to play. The Browns need 2 touchdowns to come back and win it. Got a penalty. It was 4th and 3. If it was an offside, that's a first down. Or hell, if it's anything against Cleveland. During the kick, now if it was after, that's different. But during, that's an automatic first down. Offense, get your ass back out there. Result of the play, field goal is up and good. 19-7 Steelers. And then unsportsmanlike conduct on the Browns. Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Steelers. They're going to offset. Okay. And then we'll kick off. Yeah, but we're going to kick off now. And Tomlin doesn't care. It is rivalry. They're just pushing and shoving each other. Yeah, 19-7 your score. So Browns are going to need 2 touchdowns. They have 5:48 and 3 timeouts plus 2-minute warning. I mean, that's doable, you know. But as they show the record, yeah, the Browns since 1990, past 30, almost 32 years. Come next fall, officially how the schedule is, they've only won 3 times. Once was last January. But they had a lead for the most part of the whole entire game. Pittsburgh almost came back, and, you know, if they would have done, you know, more early, they might have won that game. Same thing goes here tonight with the Browns. If they would have done more early, you know, we might have a closer game than we do right now, even though we still are coming down the wire. Defense still getting another stop, though. They get a return out to around the 24-yard line, be 1st and 10 Cleveland from there. So, best record for Roethlisberger versus one team, including the playoffs. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, they're 29-6-1 against Cleveland so far. He's officially 24-3-1. So they are 5-3 against the Browns without him. But Bob Greasy, Len Dawson, and then Tom Brady are ahead of him in that regard versus one team beating them so much. Like, that's not a stat for whatever team that is that's being beat that you don't want to be a part of. But when you suck that bad, well, I mean, start with yourself first off. That pass from Baker Mayfield complete to 85, David Njoku. It'll be 2nd down and 2 after an 8-yard pickup. Ball at the 32. And Mayfield going to hand off Nick Chubb. And Chubb going to be stopped right there at the 1st down marker. They'll give him enough, it looks like, for forward progress for a 1st down. Cam Hayward on the tackle. Now, yeah, you want to put the ball in the hands of Baker Mayfield and have him lead the team downfield and win it. You can still get Chubb involved in the screen game, but yeah, you're not down. Even as you are, you're not going your own football. And you can still, work it in and be balanced and run to pass to run, and, so on and so forth. But then they go back to it, pass complete to Njoku. I mean, like I said, Cleveland down 12 here. Need 2 touchdowns, 4.5 to play, and 3 timeouts. I mean, that's doable. You got to be quick about it, though. Steeler defense, bring the hammer down, though, right now. Come on. Off the edge, T.J. Watt. Boom. Down goes Baker Mayfield again on another sack at the 33-yard line. Yeah, take that. Wow. First Steeler for T.J. Watt with 4 sacks in a game since Joey Porter 20 years ago. He has 20 sacks now on the season by himself, along with these missed 2 games this year, and there's still 1 to go. So, yeah, most sacks in a single season. He's now 21.5 this single season. He needs 1 to break Strahan's record from 20 years ago. That's all-time in NFL history. And ahead of him, they're all Hall of Famers. And he's still got another good... and Baker Mayfield going to go down the sack again. Alex Highsmith and T.J. Watt, along with Mondu. 4th and a mile. That just shows you the Browns tonight. Baker Mayfield as a Brown, and 99.9% of the time what the Steelers do to the Cleveland Browns organization. In the dog pound, putting them down like a dog. Hell, Watt was even being held and he still fucking got to him. Jesus Christ. They're going to go for it. 4th and 19. I mean, he's already got to. 3:03 and counting to play. Block back at 25. Tomlin going to call a timeout to piss him off. Yeah, hell yeah. Make them think about it. They're still going to go for it, but you want to get set, I get it. And T.J. Watt off on this play. He's going to go back out. Screw it. Go back. Get your other sack. Yeah, Ben, at least they're going to be out there on offense. It looks like he can take a final kneel down and keep the game ball. Pittsburgh's going to win tonight. They win next week and get some help. They're going to be in the playoffs. So, just hope they get that help because they, when they need to take care of business, they did, but at the same time, they didn't. So, yeah, we're going to get into Ben here shortly with everything that I haven't yet said that I'm holding off on. And as emotional as it's been, hopefully I don't get any worse. But Mayfield going to air it out deep, incomplete. Oh, come on, where the hell's the penalty on that? You're going to give him a free first down? Come on. Pass interference on the defense, 15 yards on that first down. You just want to keep him in this game. You want to make it interesting now, don't you? Well, you know what to do, T.J. Watt. You know what to do, Cameron Hayward. Why doesn't Hayden make a Fitzpatrick? Pick him off, get a fumble. TJ would be nice for him to get a strip sack fumble. Maybe a scoop and score and run it in. Continue to bring pressure on his ass. Make him really use that Progressive insurance rather than just do the commercials. Have him get laid up for a little bit. That pass incomplete. My name's not Greg Williams, but, and I'm not putting a bounty on Baker Mayfield by any means, but come on. Let's end this game right. That pass incomplete, as mentioned, 2nd down and 10. For Higgins, I believe his first target the whole entire night. From the 41. Empty set, 5 wide. Mayfield pump fakes real quick. Incomplete near side, 10 for Nick Chubb. With Joe Hayden on the coverage, 3rd and 10 with 2:51 to play. Got a penalty on the play, I guess. Baker's been sacked 8 times already. Gonna have a legal formation or false start. Yeah, legal formation on the offense. Penalties decline, 3rd and 10. No, but the Steeler defense, 8 sacks on Mayfield tonight. So they got a 3rd down. They can get 2 more sacks, get to 10 on 3rd and 4th down here. And then going to next week, I mean, you might be playing Lamar Jackson, you might not be. And I mean, you already beat him with him. Why can't you beat him without him? From the 41, 3rd and 10, Mayfield going to run around, going to tuck it and run, and he's going to get the 1st down. Lower his shoulder, and then Norwood pushed him out of bounds. He ran a good 30 yards to get 10 on that play. But he got the 1st down, and, you know, they need 2 touchdowns. They can get 2 touchdowns with 3 timeouts and 2-minute warning here. Like I said a minute ago, it's still doable. You know, of course, that pass interference, that whether it was there or not, it helped them out. Oh, 2:39 to play, 1st and 10, Cleveland from 45. And Mayfield pump fakes, steps up while he goes down again on the sack. And Mondu and T.J. Watt. It'll be 2nd down and long. Yep, make it 9. Let's go for 10. Or excuse me, it was Mondu and Alex Highsmith, not T.J. Watt. And then a screen complete to Ernest Johnson, and the Steelers are right there to bring them down. Be 3rd down and 10. And with 2 minutes to play with the 2-minute warning, Steelers on top 19-7. Yeah, just hopefully Ben gets the ball one more time so he can get out there and take a final kneel down. But, yeah, that's where we sit. Exactly where we sit at. 19-7, 2 minutes to play. Browns still have 3 timeouts. Of course, I would think they would have liked to have scored, you know, just prior to this 2-minute warning, but they don't. And, you know, now, I mean, it's going to come down to onside kick if they score. If they don't, well, the Steeler defense has 9 sacks on the night. It's 3rd down, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. 2nd or 3rd down. You know, turnover on downs, another sack, getting completion, a turnover, maybe. We'll see. I just hope at this rate, you know, whether they score or not, you know, Pittsburgh gets the ball back and they can run the clock. And Ben can take a final nail down and go out on top with a win and potentially his final home game at Heinz Field. So, as he said, you know, this could be it. I'm sure he knows. I'm sure other people know. But like I said, he could still play for another year or 2, I think. I do. I honestly do. Especially if they run the ball like they did tonight, for God's sakes, and continue to play defense like this. Why would, you know, he want to hang it up? You know, they shouldn't be thrown as many times as they are with them. But, like I said earlier, I mean, because it's still going to be slim pickings with who's going to replace him. It sure as hell anybody behind him on the roster right now, I can guarantee you that. But regardless, yeah, it's going to be tough to move on from Ben, especially after 18 years from a quarterback. I'm sure there are a lot of memories. We're going to go over all those from what I can recall next week, as mentioned earlier, so stay tuned. But as you can tell, he was emotional earlier. He's emotional right now. Him and Tomlin sort of hug each other. So, yeah, I think this is it for Ben. Third and 10 for the Browns from the 45. Got to hold on to this win next week, and get some help. Pass complete to Higgins near side, but it'll be 4th and about 3. So Cleveland's going to go for it. Clock's going to stop as he gets out of bounds. 1:56 to go. Cleveland's still 3 timeouts. Hopefully Ben can get up. They're on offense again and get another snap or two. They got more than 7 sacks for him. They got 9. Let's make it 10. 4th and 3. Make it 10 sacks on this play right here. And who other than TJ Watt? Motion man near side. Mayfield. You get the snap. And pass near side caught. First down, Cleveland at the 40. Make it 22, excuse me. Complete to 11, Donovan Peoples-Jones. I mean, I've seen crazier shit happen. Come on, D. Let's get a stop. From the 22, first down and 10. And Mayfield gonna heave it in the end zone, and it's deflected by Joe Hayden. Nice coverage, incomplete. Sure, they wanted a penalty on that. Surprised they didn't throw one, to be honest with you. Incomplete, 2nd down and 10. That's just good coverage. It's a good no call. Because if he doesn't, put his left hand out there, he might come down with that catch. It probably would have hit him in the shoulder pad, I think, and would have fell incomplete. But, yeah, of course, he wanted a penalty. Bitching, whining, moaning, complaining, just like the bum who also left Cleveland, so maybe Baker will too. He keeps up playing the way he is, they're going to run him the hell out of town. He won't be the quarterback in the near future. But 2nd and 10, that pass complete for about 9 yards. David Njoku has been a good check down receiver for him tonight. Hooper's had a few drops, but Njoku's been there to grab a few for him. 3rd and short, they sneak it. And, they'll call timeout with 1:25. So have 2 remaining. 1st and 10.
18 seasons worth. He played in only 2 games. In 18 seasons, 2 games in which the Steelers have already been eliminated from playoff contention. Think about that for a second. Well, when you never have a record below 500, that'll happen.
Yeah, exactly. They have not had a losing season since 2003. Ben was drafted in 2004. So, never under 500 with 7 at quarterback. And that'll stay true with a win tonight, because even if they would lose next week, they would finish at 8-1, and that is 500. That's not above or hell even below. That's a winning record. That is 500. And that's not a losing season. But if they lose tonight and lose next week, that's a different story. Mayfield airs it out, incomplete. 10 for Jarvis Landry. Joe Hayden, the former Brown himself, once again on the coverage. So, what is it? 2nd and 10. Right through his hands. That's a catch, dude. Come on, you're a receiver in the NFL. Catch damn football. Yeah, 2nd and 10. I just hope Ben, once again, gets a chance to get out there and snap it once more on offense. Whether they score here or not, should, because say would recover the onside kick and then do something, drive and score, win the game. That's different. But Mayfield near side, pump fakes, rolls out in the end zone, caught, got a penalty flag. Come on. Gonna have pass interference on Cameron Sutton. The pass wasn't even intended for him. It was caught by somebody behind him, but he was out of bounds. So what's the call on the field? Is it a catch? Is it incomplete? They're going to have the pass interference anyway, so it'll be half the distance. 1st and goal, Cleveland. Or, excuse me, foul did occur in the end zone right there on the goal line, so ball going to be spotted at the 1 yard line. Come on, how the hell can you throw that? That's 2 15-yard pass interferences on this drive for the Browns. Come on now. You just want to keep them in this game and make it interesting. You want to come down to the finish. And I'm shaking my damn head too. Like, come on now, refs. Trying to control it and get all the attention late. Once again here, Sure as hell seems like it. So out of the first and goal, they run play action. He has a tight end wide open in the back of the end zone. That's Harrison Bryant. One of those other tight ends I just didn't name off a second ago, with Austin Hooper and David Njoku. And, with 1:10 to play, they cut it to 6. They'll kick it to make it 19-14. And onside kick to come. And if they recover, they drive and score a touchdown, they win. Hopefully Pittsburgh can get a first down because they're going to have to run the football when they need to. We'll see if they can. Get that first down, make Cleveland call their 2 timeouts. And, hold on to win this game. Just luckily, Boswell has the 4 field goals. Because if he only has half of those 4, same situation as Cleveland was in against the Raiders. It would have been 13-7 still there. And then they drive, score 14-13. Boswell, they need to have Roethlisberger getting in field goal range to get a game winner. So they're going to have to get this onside kick and get a first down. Make Cleveland call their 2 timeouts and hope to win now. But just was what? 19-7 a second ago. We're taking a detour. And it starts with Hart. Middle name's Attack and ends with City. So, man, Jesus Christ, how the hell does this always fucking happen? My God. Onside kick, hands teams for both teams out. See what side they go to. It looks like they'll go to the far side, to the left. Top of your screen. But they might come back near side. Yep. He's going to switch it. Kicks near side. It goes 10 yards, but Pittsburgh recovers it. And they'll have a 1st and 10 at the 45-yard line. Minka Fitzpatrick to recover. Okay. Yeah. Don't fight. Ben says thank you real quick, but you got to get a first down. You got to run the damn ball. Najee Harris, run 22 up the middle, and get a first down. Make Cleveland call their 2 timeouts. Work this clock and have Ben take one final kneel down to win the game. And potentially win his final game ever at Heinz Field here tonight. They run it. Najee Harris. He'll lower his shoulder. 4 yards, timeout Browns with 1:03. Making 1:02. I'll say add that second back. Got to run it again. You get a first down, this game's over. So, on this day a year ago, for the first time in 2 weeks, the Browns beat the Steelers in the regular season. And, of course, a week later, they won right here, Heinz Field, in the playoffs to bounce the Steelers after an 11-0 start, but they lost 5-6. They started this year 1-3, 4-game winning streak, the tie, lost 3 of 4. They've been 500 the past month. Now they got a 5-point lead with 1:04, 2nd and 6. They're going to run it again. Run Najee. Get a first down. He won't. It'll be 3rd and 1 with 1 minute to play. You got to get a first down here. You don't get a first down. As Cleveland call their 3rd and final timeout now on 3rd down. You don't get a first down here. Hopefully you will, because if you do, game's over. Steelers win at 19-14. Ben can take a kneel down and the game is over. You don't get a first down though. You're going to run the clock the whole way down to about 20 seconds and then you punt. You pin them deep, you make them drive on you, and the defense gets a stop and wins the game. So let's go Ben Chance. 3rd and 1. 3rd and 2 officially. He's going to get the call once again. Run it. They might run a play action, which I wouldn't mind. Just don't turn the damn ball over. Why don't you go to Pat Frymuth? He's had a quiet second half, has he not? Run it. They run it with Najee Harris, and he gets a Steeler first down, and he's off to the races. 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, and he's going to get in. Touchdown, Steelers. Why not? As Ben looks up and points to the sky one final time. A 37-yard touchdown run will seal it. 25-14, pending the upcoming extra point. And, yeah, I think Ben's told everybody at this point now that, yeah, he's done. You can see he has emotion. Just run game. If it's been there all year, they want to be in this spot, but they're still alive. They got to win next week and get some help. And maybe they do something in the playoffs if they get there. So, yes, thank you, Ben. Let's go, Ben. Kicks up and good by Boswell. Make it 26-14 Steelers with 51 seconds to go. He knows. I think everybody else knows. Roethlisberger's going to retire at the end of the year. I've said, though, they have a running game like they do. Najee going to finish with 28 carries, season best 188 yards rushing, and that touchdown to seal it. And they'll get to 8-7-1, one win down, one to go. They got to beat Baltimore next Sunday. I'll have live watch along reactions live on YouTube Sunday at 1, so be sure to tune back in. They win that along with Jacksonville defeating Indy and making sure the Charger-Raider game next Sunday night doesn't end tie. The Steelers are in the playoffs. Ben should keep that game ball right there. Why don't you play, as you're going to play Zombie Nation once more, why don't you play Renegade again for him? You know, Renegade sort of came around the same time for the Steelers as did Roethlisberger. So, on the return from the goal line, Browns out to the 20. And they got no timeouts and 45 seconds. Maybe get a turnover, and, you know, maybe he does get another chance to get out there and take a kneel down. Yeah, Najee Harris, rock the Naj, run 22. You know, but like I've said, if they have a running game like this and continue to play good defense, he can play, believe me. Roethlisberger, if he wants to, can play another year or two. He doesn't have to retire now. He doesn't. Because, believe me, it could get worse. Depending on who they have quarterback next year. Mayfield looking to throw, be incomplete, and then Spillane hits him. 2nd and 10. Ben and Hayward hugging out. This is going to be it for Ben. Final home game at Heinz Field. The Steelers, the thing is, if they make the playoffs, like I said earlier, for the most part, they're probably going to have to go on the road anyway, which they've done and eventually won a Super Bowl anyway. So, yeah, this will be it for Roethlisberger. And, you know, for myself, like I said earlier, for as young as I am, you know, the Steelers with Roethlisberger at the helm, I mean, really all I've known, you know. You know, there's been a few others that have stepped in when he hasn't played, whether it be because of injury or, you know, whatever the case may be. That pass incomplete. Be 4th down, 15 seconds. They can get off the field here. He can get one more snap and take a kneel down. So, yeah. Ben, we're going to get into this here in a minute. So stay tuned. But, and like I said, hopefully, I mean, because it's emotional, hopefully I don't get even worse than I am now. But thank you, Ben. Yes, thank you, Ben Roethlisberger. Thank you, Seven. Ton of memories, which we're going to go down memory lane next week. That pass is caught and then picked off, so he's going to get a chance to go out and take a knee. Get out there. Go take a knee. Put your helmet back on and go take a kneel down. 10 seconds, he'll take his winter hat off, put his helmet back on. Get out there and take a knee, Ben. Here he comes. They get an interception for him. They get a turnover on 4th down. It was caught, dropped, almost dropped, but picked off. Well, thank you, Ben. Chants from the crowd, and 18 Ben-tastic years. 10 seconds. We can give him a countdown, too. Blue 80 said hut. He takes the foul nail down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Final, your ball game, your final score, 26-14. Steelers beat the Browns. Ben Roethlisberger looks like he has played his final home game at Heinz Field as a black and gold Pittsburgh Steeler, as he hugs it out with some Cleveland Browns, along with teammates of his, as the media surrounds him. Looks and points to the sky once more, hugs it out now with Mike Tomlin. Yeah, this is going to be it for Ben at home. Got one more game, though, next week at Baltimore. And why not end it? Why not end it against the same team that you started your career against? It was early 2004. Tommy Maddox went down with an injury. In stepped Ben Roethlisberger. They still lost. Roethlisberger interview. Not the way you wanted it, but other than the win, that's all that matters, though. Found a way. Not always pretty, but yeah, win's a win. You can tell he's very emotional.
What was going through your mind, Nachi? So they took that last one to the house.
Yeah, Ben didn't think he was going to be on the field again, but they gave him another shot. Defense came through. One last time, he takes a knee. He doesn't know how to leave it. Thankful to us fans. Well, thank you. Got another game, yeah. This is going to be tough, but another game.
All week, you've been saying you gotta focus. You let yourself feel it, but you gotta focus. At what point did you just let it all sink in?
Yeah, probably now. Yeah, you can tell he's as emotional as he's been all day. At least that we've seen on camera right now. Thankful for the fans and the place, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
We know what you have meant to Pittsburgh. But what is this city, this venue, Heinz Field, what has it meant to you?
It's meant everything to him. Blessed and honored to call Pittsburgh home. Yeah. No, believe me, I got a few jerseys years, Ben. He's been my favorite player since day one. He has. Congrats, yeah. It ain't over yet. So got one more game, and you win and get some help. You're in the playoffs. But you know, like I said, unless something crazy would happen, because they'd be as a wild card, they'll be going to the play on the road come playoff time, and he'll stand and wave to the crowd. Gives the Jimmy Snuka. As he loves us, well, we love him too. So yes, thank you, Big Ben Roethlisberger, number 7. Family's on the way down to the field. The kid from Findlay, Ohio. Miami, Ohio Red Hawk. First round pick, 11th overall back in 2004 to the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers. He'll finish even with one more game next week, whether they win or lose, without a losing season at the helm, which is just amazing, remarkable, unbelievable. But talk about winning and knowing how to win. Got one more game though. Got one more to go. Ben's gonna walk off the field as the cameras continue to surround. Thank you, Ben chant from the crowd. As Roethlisberger is gonna high five some fans now. Yeah, why don't you take a trip? But it looks like he'll walk off the field here one final time after a win tonight over one of the two home state teams of his in Cleveland, defeating the Browns once again 26-14. He will take a trip around. High fives for everyone, for front row, down by the field. And they show the thank you, Ben sign up on the screen. Yeah, this is going to be his final home game. So got one more game, though, and maybe more in the playoffs, like I said once again. Got to win one more and get some help next week. And if they can do that and get the help they need, they're going to be in the playoffs. And then playoff football is a whole new season. And if they don't tell me you're going to cut this short, you keep rolling. Sports Center can wait. Ben's actually going to cut that short anyway. And then they'll walk back through the end zone and through the tunnel, it looks like. Yeah, Steelers still alive. Never say die. The standard's the standard. You don't need to cut to go to Sports Center yet. Stay with it. You make sure that screen stays on. And it does for the time being. They're going to go back live to Heinz Field here in a second anyway. Shit, they'll probably take a commercial break though in the meantime. And then come back to it. Yeah, Ben's just walking around the field now. I don't really know or think he knows what to do. Honestly, I don't think anybody really will know what to do in that situation. Other than, they said his family was, coming down to the field. So they'll take a commercial break. Back to it in a couple minutes. They'll have live reaction from Heinz Field, so they say. Man. Where to begin, honestly. Big win, 26-14, your final score. Pittsburgh's still in it. Got to win next week at Baltimore. Got to have the Colts lose the Jaguars and make sure Chargers-Raiders doesn't end in a tie. If that happens, they're in the playoffs as a wild card. Whether that's a 5, 6, 7 seed, they're in. That's all that matters. And they found a way to win tonight, and that's all that matters. A win's a win. I guess let me go over the stats and scores here real quick before I forget. And then we'll get into the nitty-gritty of everything. Just go from there, I guess, one thing at a time. We'll go Cleveland here first in the loss, and then we'll get into everything for the Pittsburgh Steelers here. Baker Mayfield finished 16-38 for 185 yards passing. He did have 2 touchdowns. Let him from down 19-7. It was really 13-0, and then 13-7. And then Pittsburgh kicked 2 more field goals, make it 19-7, and then 19-14, so they scored again. He threw 2 picks, though. The one late, didn't matter. As Ben's just prior to halftime didn't matter either, because neither team capitalized. However, the first Mayfield interception was capitalized off of a field goal, one of the 4 field goals by Boswell tonight. So relied on him once again. And, you know, a few situations they couldn't punch it in, and they're going to have to be able to punch it in next week, along with in the playoffs if they make it, which we'll still go over the playoff picture here shortly as well, if I remember. Yeah. The Steeler defense with 9 sacks on Baker Mayfield, that has to speak for something. TJ Watt now has 20-plus sacks this year. Needs 1 to tie, 2 to break the all-time single sack record in NFL history, as he's already the single-season franchise holder in Steeler history. But no, you go back to the 1 interception really as the difference there, as we're going to come back to Monday Night Football, well, Sports Center for post-game. And then Ben's actually still on the field. He's sitting on the bench by himself, still awaiting his family to join him on the field. So Ben was leaving the field, but he's still on the field. And now here comes his wife and kids and the rest of his family. And, where's Marquise Pouncey at? I wouldn't want to leave either. And the crowd hasn't left either. You know. Ben tells the media to move out of the way. His family is literally standing there in the tunnel. Ben's going to walk over to him as the kids now will walk out as he's down on one knee, hugs it out with his kids. His wife, who we met after being drafted by the Steelers, an alum of St. Francis. Ben now hugs it out with his wife. Man. Yeah. I'm sure they're awaiting him in the locker room.
And the Steelers get the victory on the division rival Cleveland Browns. They didn't make a big to do about it. Science point for this being the last night, but everybody clearly within the order.
Ben gonna hug it out now with the rest of his family. Thank you, Ben. I'm sure he's saying thank yous, for, welcoming me in 18 years ago. And, after he arrived, I don't think really anybody's looked back until now. 2 Super Bowls later, should be 3, but Aaron Rodgers has that ring, so is what it is. But Ben now going to walk off the field, exit through the tunnel. One final time at Heinz Field, somebody just threw their terrible towel. And, he'll walk off, family and all, into the locker room. One final time as a Pittsburgh Steeler at home at Heinz Field. Man, he'll turn the corner. They can't go any further, so that's the last we'll see of Ben right there. And then they'll go to the booth, get that recap. No offense, but we'll mute it because I got to say what I got to say here as well, even though they do a damn good job at what they do as well. But just once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. We'll greatly appreciate it. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below with that thumbs up button. Share. Keep those chat questions or comments rolling. Red subscribe button, little notification bell next to it. Easiest way to stay updated is in fact on social media. So scroll down and check out the links, and hopefully they'll tune back in at another time. But man, like I said, I don't even know where to begin. Non-emotional yet, but I still got some stuff to say here. So, we'll see how this goes. I honestly have no idea how it's going to go. I mean, there have been a few things tonight that, of course, had to catch myself and then reset. But as the Steelers won tonight in Roethlisberger's final home game at Heinz Field as a Pittsburgh Steeler, still got one more game to go. Win's a win, 26-14 your final score. Cleveland, they were already eliminated coming into the night anyway. They'll host the Bengals next week, who actually yesterday won the AFC North. Pittsburgh plays at Baltimore. They need to win and get some help. If they beat the Ravens, and once again the Jaguars beat the Colts, and the Chargers and Raiders don't tie, the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers will once again be in the playoffs come a week from Saturday. But tonight, Baker Mayfield, like I said, 16 of 38, 185 yards passing, had 2 touchdowns. They were down 13-0, 13-7. And then Pittsburgh with another 2 field goals. Boswell had 4 on the night. It was 19-7, make it 19-14. But as the second interception didn't mean much, just as the one by Ben to close out the first half. The second there by Mayfield, I mean, it meant a lot to the Steeler defense. Of course, you had to get Roethlisberger back on the field, take a kneel down to close it out, seal the win. But sealing the win was the handoff on 3rd and 2 to Najee Harris for a 37-yard touchdown run. And he finished with 28 carries for 180 yards rushing and a touchdown, season best on the ground for him. But that first interception by Mayfield, just think that's less than 3 points for Pittsburgh there if he doesn't turn it over, because they wouldn't capitalize with a field goal. So rather than, what would have been 19-7, it would have been 16-7, because they still would have had the field goals. And they score, and rather than 19-14, it's 16-14. And then, okay, they didn't convert the onside kick, but if they do, well, then they don't need a field goal rather than a touchdown drive and score a win. So turnovers, like I said at the start, I thought turnovers in the end would be the difference. And, in that regard, they sort of were. But shout out, credit to the Steeler defense, too. 9 sacks on Baker Mayfield, 9 sacks. And I don't know how many TJ Watt officially had, but he now has 20 plus on the year. I do know that. And he's 1 away from tying, 2 away from breaking the NFL all-time sack record in a single season. He's already the single season sack record holder to this point. Broke that a few weeks ago, but you got to give credit front to the line. Finally, they were able to block. They were able to run the football. Ben really still shouldn't have thrown it 46 times, but he did. He was 24-46 for 123 yards passing. So not necessarily making it easy as ABC 1, 2, 3 for his 123 yards passing by any means, but as he even said, at the end there in that post-game interview, wasn't the way wanted to end, but they found a way, and a win's a win, and they're still alive. 26-14 once again your final score. Ben was 24 of 46, 123 yards passing, had a touchdown interception. A touchdown was early to go up 7-0, complete to Jonte Johnson, who finished with 8 catches for 31 yards receiving on that score. Ray McLeod had 4 catches, 35 yards. But first off here, finish up with the Cleveland Browns stats in the loss. Mayfield was 16 of 38, 185 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and was sacked 9 times. Nick Chubb, 12 carries, 58 yards rushing. They didn't run him enough. Donovan Peoples-Jones had 3 catches, 76 yards. Jarvis Landry had 4 catches, 43 yards. David Njoku had a few big catches there late, including, both touchdowns actually to the 2 tight ends, and Njoku and Harrison Bryant, who had the 1 catch, 1 yard, and a touchdown. Hooper had 2 catches, 28 yards, but yeah, Njoku had 4 catches, 28 yards and a score. Rashard Higgins only had a catch for 8 yards. But in the win, Pittsburgh was Roethlisberger, 24-46, 123 yards passing, touchdown and pick. Game was won up front in trenches. It was. They were finally able to run the damn football. And as mentioned, if Pittsburgh all season long and into the future, because I still feel Ben could play another year or two if he wanted to. If they have a running game like this and are playing defense like this, why retire? Come back and continue to play. I know he won't, unfortunately, which sucks. No doubt about it, but Najee Harris had 28 carries for 108 yards rushing and a touchdown. Where the hell has this running game been all season long is what I want to know. You've just swept the Browns. You're going to go for a sweep on the Ravens next week after you got swept by the Bengals. Like I said, all the losses -2 and the 2 blowouts are 1-score games, and all the wins have been 1-score games. This was a 12-point, double-digit, 2-possession win. But, with a minute to go, they scored that go-ahead game-sealing touchdown with Najee Harris, 37-yard score. So, if they can run the ball next week against Baltimore, like I said earlier too, don't know if they're going to get Lamar Jackson or Huntley by any means, because Jackson's been out as of late. They've lost 5 in a row. Baltimore's season seems to be done with. Now, if they win, they need a lot of help. They could potentially still get into the playoffs, but hopefully Pittsburgh can take care of business next week, win, get some help, and if they do, they're going to be in. Najee Harris had 28 carries, 108 yards rushing, and a touchdown. Ray McLeod had 4 catches, 35 yards receiving. Deontay Johnson, 8 of 31 on the score. Good to see Pat Freiermuth back. He had 5 catches, 22 yards. Quiet second half for him. Ben really in the second half, though, really didn't need to throw the football. But offensively, defense keep them in the game, no doubt about it, even with the lead. They held on to win. Mike Tomlin, post-game press conference now. I'll go listen to that a little bit later on. We'll see if they get Ben for a post-game presser as well. And then we'll tune in to listen to that, which they will. It's a matter of when. It might be soon. It might be a while. Media might be waiting tonight. It's one of those nights. What was I saying? No, the offense there, they have one good thing going for them, and then, they backtrack until they click again, until they get rolling. They got to be more balanced and more consistent. Believe me, if they're more balanced and more consistent on offense, along with having a running game and playing like this on defense, and Ben's able to do what he's able to do, allowed to be able to do whatever the hell he wants, honestly, they're going to be out winning football games left and right, because if they win next week and sneak into the playoffs with some help, and they continue to find ways to win with this running game and playing Pittsburgh Steelers defense, bringing the steel curtain down, AFC playoffs, whoever the hell they play, get ready, because they're going to go old school on your ass. And then if they would get to the promised land, whoever they would play out of the NFC at that point in time, if, it's a very long shot, but if, I'd say, you need to get ready too. One thing at a time, though, and it's what's next. and it's 1-0, standard to standard. You got Baltimore. You got to take care of business. You got to win. You lose, out the window with the future the next month. Playoffs are a whole new season. That's why they play the games, not side on paper, side on the field, and that's why they're called upsets if somebody does lose when they're favored to win. They got to go beat Baltimore, though. If they can go beat Baltimore, and yeah, it's the Jags. Okay, they got to beat the Colts, who are, well, not are, but they have been. They lost yesterday on a game-winning field goal. They've been hot recently. Of course, they're running Jonathan Taylor. Now, last year, Pittsburgh beat both the Jags and Colts. Didn't play either team, though, this year, so that doesn't really matter. But it's coming down to tiebreakers, okay? And you take care of business yourself, you don't need to really get any help. I mean, if you do on top of that, okay, that's even better. But if you take care of business yourself, the rest will sort itself out. For the most part, to this point, they have taken care of business, but at the same time, they haven't, because they've also lost now one less game than they've won. They're 8-7-1. So, you know, you got to win next week. Plain and simple. If you win next week, you know, get some help, you're in. But I said that to say this because, like I said, yeah, it's the Jags, and they got to beat the Colts. But remember the Jags beat the Dolphins on a game-winning field goal earlier this year across the pond in London? Thought Urban Meyer, you know, saved his job, which he did, but then, of course, he, you know, got fired there earlier this month. Well, actually, now that we're in the new year, it was technically last month, you know, right before Christmas, Urban Meyer fired by Jacksonville Jaguars. Until the Jags beat the Dolphins middle of this year on that game-winning field goal, the last time they had won, because they had lost after a 1-0 start to the season last year, lost 15 in a row, and then they were winless until they beat the Dolphins to start 1 and whatever the hell the record was at that point, before they lost a ton more and only beat the Bills. I believe they're 2 and whatever they are right now. You know who that one team was they beat week 1 last year? Who the Pittsburgh Steelers need to have lose next week, along with beating the Ravens and making sure the Chargers and Raiders don't tie for the black and gold to make the playoffs? Yeah, you guessed it. It was the Indianapolis Colts. So, yeah, never say never. But, well, as Mike Tomlin said, never. But it's why they play the games. Not side on paper, side on the field. They're running some highlights now this Monday night game with the Browns and Steelers. But the Jags have beat the Colts before. I'd put all my money on them right now to beat them again, along with the Steelers beating the Ravens and making sure the Chargers and Raiders don't tie. Because if that happens, they're in the playoffs, and then it's a whole new season. You know, you go from there. What I don't want to have happen, though, is the Jaguars do beat the Colts. And then, you know, the Chargers, Raiders, Sunday Night Football, we won't know because both those games are early next Sunday. You know, don't tie it. But the Jaguars do beat the Colts, but then the Steelers lose to the Ravens. It's like you do it to yourself. You put yourself in this situation, you got to get out of it. If you take care of business, get some help, you're in. End of story. Okay? So, bet on the Steelers and bet on the Jags next week. And make sure Chargers-Raiders doesn't end in a tie, because if so, Pittsburgh's in the playoffs come a week from next weekend. So, yeah. That's that. So we've updated some stats and scores, I believe, as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we've run through Cleveland. We've run through Pittsburgh. And, you know, like I said, with Roethlisberger, now having played his what looks like final home regular and postseason game at Heinz Field as a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers before he hangs up his cleats here. Why not go out in your final game of your career if you don't make the playoffs then at this point? You know, if you do, then it's a different story. You know, you're going to be playing somebody else in your final game. But why not for Ben, Week 18 Sunday, 1 o'clock on CBS as well, for the hell of it? To face the same team you faced in your first ever game in NFL history, in your NFL career, in the Baltimore Ravens, from M&T Bank Stadium. It was turf then, it's now grass, but to go on the road and play the Ravens in your first and last games of your career, and then, you know, big rivalry games in the AFC North as well against the Bengals, Browns, and Ravens, and beating, for the most part, all of them with a good winning percentage as well throughout 18 years, these past 18 years that have absolutely flown by. I mean, come on now, you know? So, yeah, the Browns are going to host the Bengals. Steelers in Baltimore take on the Ravens. Week 18 will all be divisional matchups, as I mentioned earlier. We previewed Week 18 a little bit ago. We'll have a doubleheader on Saturday and then everything else Sunday. Steelers, Ravens, 1 o'clock CBS. I'll have live watch along reactions live here on YouTube, so be sure to tune in then. I mean, really, there's not really much else to be said, but I'll leave you with this, that, you know, on this cold January Monday night, early 2022, you know, Ben Roethlisberger, 18 seasons in, looks like he just played his final home game as a Pittsburgh Steeler. Because, like I said, too, if they even do make the playoffs, it looks like they're going to have to go on the road. So, we'll see what happens. But, yeah, it looks like Ben just played his final home game for the Steelers. 18 seasons. He's the longest tenured quarterback with one team in NFL history. Brady had 20 with New England, but of course he's now in Tampa Bay. Roethlisberger is going to surpass Dan Marino, who had 17 years with the Finns. Now 18 years as the longest tenured quarterback with one team in NFL history. From, as mentioned, being an Ohio kid from Findlay, Ohio, attending Miami, Ohio University. Drafted 11th overall in the first round, 2004 NFL draft. Behind both Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers. And playing longer than they both did as well. All Hall of Famers, no doubt about it. Phillip doesn't have any rings. Eli has 2. Ben has 2. Should have 3, but Rodgers has the other. It is what it is. So if Aaron Rodgers, if you're out there listening, why don't you send that to number 7? Or maybe why don't you come replace him next year? How about that? No, Ben was thrown in, and like I said earlier too, I'm sure I'm going to repeat myself a few times down next week too, because we're going to, you know, really dive into Roethlisberger then, especially if they don't make the playoffs. As what time is the Colt Jaguar game is what I want to know. At least it's in Duval. At least it's in Jacksonville at Daly's Place. Today, Bank Field. That game's also going to be at 1 o'clock, so we're going to have to keep eyes on both of those games. All right. I was gonna say if it was a little bit later, then that'd be a different story. But no, like I said I'm sure next week I'm going to repeat myself a few times as well with everything I'm saying here tonight. But Ben was thrown in early because of an injury to Tommy Maddox. And he won 15 in a row to begin 04. Or 15 and 1. And okay, Ben post-game interview. We'll hold off on that. Ben post-game interview. Always physical and tough. Come out on top is all that really matters. Oh, Ben went out for the coin toss by himself tonight. I didn't know that.
As soon as I took those steps, I knew what they were doing, so I gave a little bit this team is very special. I mean, in the locker room.
Team's very special, and sure as hell is.
It's everything. That's why I love this place, and this is home. These are my brothers.
Ben calls Pittsburgh home. He'll have a new home in Canton, Ohio, in about 5 short years. Pretty special walking off. Ben's gonna go down undefeated at home on Monday Night Football, which we knew coming in. He was 7-0. Now he's 8-0.
He was still sitting there when I came over here, and I told him thank you. I said, I'm so proud of you. And
Ben's proud of Najee Harris, and hopefully they can build around Najee Harris into the future too. They got talent on offense and defense with or without Ben, and they're young at it too. So Pittsburgh's still going to be a desired destination, even though they don't really do a whole lot in free agency. They always build in the draft, just who the Steelers are. And surprisingly, last year they went out and signed some guys. And we'll see, once Ben does in fact retire, what they do come the offseason. Whether it's going to be, sign or trade for a quarterback or draft somebody. But I still feel he could play for another year or two if he'd want to, especially if they've all the time consistently have the running game they had tonight, along with playing as damn good defense as they do. Like, come on now. Means the world to Ben Roethlisberger. Being a Pittsburgh Steeler for life.
I don't know that I can. It's just, this is home.
This is home for Ben. He doesn't know anywhere else other than his previous home in Ohio, but he'll have a new home back in Ohio. Enshrined forever in Canton at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Yeah.
To see all the signs and the jerseys and the towel, to hear them cheer for me coming out of the tunnel, all that stuff, it just, I don't know that I'll put the words in that, so I want to soak it. I wish I could bottle it and make it happen forever.
Ben wishes he could soak it all up, put it in a bottle, and have it forever. No doubt about it.
It's one of those ones where you're like, okay, I appreciate it, trying to be clever, trying to, call some plays, but like I said, it means a lot. This place, Heinz Field is so special to me.
Heinz Field is special to Roethlisberger
Just like this city is.
because Three Rivers was already gone by the time he arrived.
I'm very thankful and blessed to call this home.
And, the old Steelers, they had Three Rivers. The new Steelers, they have Heinz Field. And Ben Roethlisberger going to walk off, giving his final home post-game press conference. The next one in that room will be to announce his retirement, whenever that might be. Whether it's this time next week, they don't make the playoffs. Whether it's, at the end of the month, early next month. It's going to have to be before, you would think, mid-March sometime. I mean, his contract's just going to run up anyway, unless they would re-sign him to a one-day deal to have him retired. which, players do if they're going to come back and retire with one different single team. But, he's been here his whole entire career, so he can retire whenever the hell he wants. And he'll always be a Pittsburgh Steeler because he is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Back to him being thrown in to the fire, so to speak. They have won consistently with him. He's going to go down as one of the top two with him and Bradshaw. Like I said earlier, you can rank them how you want to. Terry won 4, Ben won 2 Super Bowls, 6 as a team. There's no I in team though, because if, Bradshaw didn't have who he had and, Roethlisberger doesn't have who he has or had, they're not winning. The Steelers are who they were, from 33 to when they drafted Bradshaw number 1 in the late 60s. So they've had success drafting quarterbacks in the first round, 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks. We'll see now if they can go back to back like the Packers did from Favre to Rodgers. And maybe it's Aaron Rodgers, who knows? It might be somebody else. It might be him. I doubt it will be, but you never know. Never say never. But never, like Mike Tomlin once again said. But that was totally something else. I just don't want that gap in between from Bradshaw to Ben. I don't. Because they had a chance to draft Dan Marino and they didn't. And they were still able to win, but they haven't had a losing season since 2003. Ben, like I said, whether they win or lose now next week, they're going to finish with a 500 or better record. And 18 years without a losing season, I mean, come on, man. Any team. I don't care if, you're a proven winner. You'd love to be a part of that, Yeah, there was a graphic last week, I saw it. Even with the 500 record, not having a losing season since 2003. And that's the tail end of Bill Cowher, and Mike Tomlin's never had one as a head coach. But, come playoff time, they lose this game, lose that game for whatever reason, I don't have that in front of me by any means. And it was true to an extent, but still, 18 years without a losing season. That has to speak for something. I don't know if any quarterback in NFL history with one team, as he's the longest tenured quarterback with one team in NFL history, never had a losing season, for that long. And then that's why it's tough, it's frustrating, when they do lose, one game here, one game there, when, we all know, and they do too, that, they can go out and win it. But, year 2, he became the youngest quarterback ever to win a Super Bowl. But that was coming off of an offensive rookie of the year. They beat the Seahawks in Super Bowl 40, 21-10. And later that summer in the offseason, I remember this vividly because I was in Pittsburgh the day it happened. And it was the news of, well, what's the update? What's the update? Is he all right? Is he okay? Is he, going to play again? Ben wrecked his bike. So from his motorcycle accident to all the legal problems, he had throughout his career as well with people trying to cancel him. He's the franchise record holder in every major passing category. 5th all time in passing yards in NFL history. but only one of 3 quarterbacks to have 60,000 plus passing yards in 2 Super Bowls. The other 2, one just went into the Hall of Fame in Peyton Manning, and the other is Tom Brady. Ben's also 8th all-time in passing touchdowns in NFL history. Now he needs 3 to tie Pittsburgh native in Dan Marino for 7th all-time. He's also won, throughout his whole entire career, 164 games. Maybe 165 next week, and then even more into the playoffs if they make it. Still trying to climb that stairway to 7 for number 7. Next week, the Steelers need to win, have the Colts lose, and make sure the Chargers-Raiders don't tie, and they're in. Ben now has 98 wins at Heinz Field, which, as mentioned earlier, because I showed the graphic, this is one I was going to save it for. Tied for 3rd all-time now with Brett Favre. Only John Elway and Tom Brady ahead for most wins by a quarterback at a single venue. Ben and Favre, 98 at Heinz and Lambeau, and then Elway out in Mile High, and Brady at Gillette with the Patriots there. But I'll remember 2005 and 2008, but honestly now, above all, like I just said, 18 non-losing seasons. Not once. Not once. Not even half of the time did they finish below 500. Whether they win or lose next week, they're still going to have at least a 500 record, if not better. Not once in 18 years with Big Ben Roethlisberger quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers do they finish below 500. And Tomlin still hasn't had a losing season either. They have not had a losing season since 2003. That's 20 years come a year and a half from now. Talk about a long-ass fucking time. Ben's also a 6-time Pro Bowler, 2-time Super Bowl champion, defeating 2 NFC West teams in the Seahawks and Cardinals. They lost to the Packers in 45, and they've been back since. It's been 11 years. 11 years too many. And if you put 7 and 11 together, yeah, Sheets is better, but man, what and I think all of Steeler Nation and the Steelers included as a franchise would do to, get back to the Super Bowl and win it. But in the end, Ben Roethlisberger is and always will be a Pittsburgh Steeler. Even though, once again, there's been times, but not enough. He's never really gotten enough credit for everything he's done. And that's why I said, come a few years from now, especially if they start to lose without him, why not stick around for another year or two, especially if they can run the football consistently like they did tonight and continue to play great Steeler defense. Like I said at the start, though, too, I know, myself included, nobody in general, sports or no sports, can play or do, whatever you do for a living forever. Father Time catches up to everyone. It's life. 18 years, you got to be grateful for 18 fucking years. 18 years is a long ass time. There's been, numerous occasions that I can remember that they wanted him out of town. One being, when there was a legal issue. I don't remember which one by any means, because there were a few of them. That it was draft day. And this is already after they won 2 Super Bowls. With Ben Roethlisberger quarterback for him. That they were thinking about trading him. I don't know how many people remember this. Whether they were actually thinking about it or not, the rumor was, and I knew they wouldn't, and they didn't, and they haven't, and they're not going to. Ben Roethlisberger is going to retire as a Pittsburgh Steeler. And the teams that, passed on him a top 10 in 2004, yeah, they're going to be regretting that now. That's one of those. Especially the Browns, because they were one of them. Know that they were thinking about trading him to the Rams for Sam Bradford, for the number 1 pick, to have the chance to pick Sam Bradford, who was the top quarterback coming out of the draft that year. Hell, Sam Bradford's not even in the fucking league anymore. He hasn't played for a good 5 years. Against the wall or not, Ben showed them all. And whether you like the Steelers or not, they're winners. And they're the one of the most historic and iconic franchises in NFL history, among a few others as well. You can, throw in both the Raiders and the 49ers, the Cowboys, the Packers, the Bears, the Giants, the Patriots. I know I'm probably forgetting a few. The Bills. Hell, even the Broncos. The Chiefs. The Browns fought until the end of the night. They did. They just didn't do enough early once again. And whether or not Baker Mayfield's coming back next year on his 5th-year option or not, whether it's next year he's not there, the year after, Baker Mayfield is not going to be the future quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. The Browns are going to be back to their, quarterback dilemma on, well, should we add to this jersey or start a new one? So call it luck all you want. Throw the Dolphins in there too, because they're the only franchise in NFL history to have an undefeated record and win the Super Bowl. But yeah, just it's going to be tough without Ben. Going to be tough, to say the least. Still got one more game, though, next week. One more game. Got to beat the Ravens. If they can do that, get some help there in the playoffs, and that's a whole new ball game. So we'll go from there. But, yeah. Ben Roethlisberger is, and always will be, a black and gold Pittsburgh Steeler. So, hopefully they can go out and win them one more game and get some help and get in the playoffs and maybe win a few more and maybe another Lombardi trophy, another ring to go with it. How's that sound? Probably a long shot, but that's why they play the games, folks. Side on paper, side on the field. So And tonight on the field, Monday Night Football, the final Monday night game of the regular season. We'll be off next, of course, College Football Playoff National Championship next Monday with Alabama and Georgia. Again, another rematch. 2 weeks from now, they'll have the wild card Monday night game to wrap up wild card weekend, and I'll have live watch along reactions later on YouTube of both those events, along with some more this week and the next weekend as well. So be sure, whether it's college football, the NFL, or professional wrestling, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below, the thumbs up button. And the Steelers win it tonight on Monday Night Football to send Big Ben Roethlisberger, number 7, out with a win in his what looks to be final home regular and or postseason home game at Heinz Field as a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers by the final score of 26-14 over one of the two in-state teams in which he grew up in the state of Ohio, over the Cleveland Browns once again. Steelers win it 26-14. So yeah, Steelers win 8-7-1. Got to win and get some help next week, and they're in the playoffs. 26-14, your final score. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben Roethlisberger. Thank you, 7. The Pro Football Hall of Fame, even with one more, and maybe even more than that, games await come playoff time if we get in. As the Pittsburgh Steelers, who am I to talk? I don't coach or play. No, yeah. The Pro Football Hall of Fame awaits come 2027, 2028. Should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. We'll see if he is or not come then. 2030 at the latest. I mean, why have the dude wait? I mean, there's already been how many other people out there that have to wait, you know. Not necessarily saying they can wait a little bit longer, but with everybody that's been going in as of late, you know, first ballot, well, that's why for a few, some have had to wait a little bit longer than normal. But yeah, the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio waits. So just like I said, next week I know I'll repeat myself a few more times probably, but just thank you, Ben, thank you, Ben Roethlisberger, thank you for everything. As a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, just honestly, these past 18 years, if they wouldn't have had him, who knows what that time would have looked like. It sure as hell probably wouldn't have looked the way it has. I can probably guarantee that, but you just never know, because the Steelers are still one of the most historic franchises in the NFL. So, and you know, they're winners. Another win here tonight. Another non-losing season checked off, and or they finish at 9-7-1 or 8-8-1 next week, and they're in or out of the playoffs. Just thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben Roethlisberger. Thank you, 7. So yeah, that'll do it for myself. Your host, Encyclopedia of Sports, Cohen Luke 96, live right here on YouTube here this evening. So thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And Steelers Ravens, 1 o'clock next Sunday. Be sure to tune in. Steelers need to win and get some help once again and get in the playoffs. If so, they'll be in. And that's a whole new ball game. But yeah, thanks, Ben. Thank you, Ben Roethlisberger. And believe me, when I say thank you, I mean it. As much as it might not sound like it here tonight, just you know, a lot of emotion with everything, and man, who knows what the future is going to look like. But we gotta, like I said, start, you know, take it in while we can, live in the moment, and you know, go from there. So Yeah, Steelers win at 26-14. Once again, your final score. And thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben Roethlisberger. Thank you, 7.